Podcast by Conrad. Hey folks, and a special welcome to new listeners. There's been an uptick in downloads recently, and it's very rewarding to see. Hope you stay on board for a long time to come. Now, let's go.
Just Google Live 2D, and that's the program I use to actually do the the meshing and the rigging, but you have to create the artwork in something that allows you to save as PSD files. You can't hear? Yeah, it says that the mic is working. Is it working now? Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, Google Live, Live 2, number 2, D. And that's the program I used for meshing and rigging the avatar. And you need some kind of art program that allows you to save PSD files for the actual artwork. And then to use the avatar itself, you need either a face rig, or I guess Animaze is the new program that the company is switching to. And you're gonna need the Live 2D DLC for face rig in order to use Live 2D models with the program. No problem. Black Friday already? Oh yeah, it's actually not that far away, is it? I'm just hoping, that at least they'll have, more of an online emphasis for Black Friday if they have to do it. And hi, Richie. Hello, welcome. Changed my mind about this little shiny part here. It wasn't quite working out the way I wanted it to. Yeah, I mean, I already know that we're gonna see like super spreader events because of people doing holiday shopping and gatherings. I'm hoping that stores, at least in states that are a little more on top of things, I hope that stores really kind of take every precaution, but I know, because of capitalism, the primary motivating goal is do business, get profits, make sales. So it's not like they're just going to cancel Black Friday altogether, I know that. But I do hope that they will try to angle it more towards online. And I'm hoping people will, move towards buying online instead of, amassing in crowds in front of stores waiting for it to open at like 5 o'clock in the morning so they can rush in and buy a new blender. Yeah, basically. I mean, there's still a good amount of people out there who just don't take it seriously and don't see it as a threat. But yeah, I mean, on top of, flu season basically being here, we still don't have a vaccine, and I don't know how good that Pfizer vaccine is going to be. Like, they said it's 99% effective, but that's their own testing. That's not, like, outside testing from an unbiased party. Pfizer is known to lie about their results. They're trying to capitalize on things. And then something about it has to be stored at some ridiculously low temperature. And I'm wondering what happens if it's not. What happens if, somebody doesn't do it or it's out too long, So I don't have a lot of faith in that. And with the holidays and people gathering against better judgment and the shopping crush and all that, this is going to be a really bad season. And of course, the people that are going to suffer the most are the poor folks who have to be out there working in these places through the holidays, being exposed to these people who just don't care or think that they're special and not going to get sick. That's the worst part about it to me, is the poor workers who are forced because, they got to pay their rents, and landlords are evicting people even with eviction freezes and stuff. They gotta be able to afford food and utilities and all that. It might sound cold and callous, but on some level, we kind of, as a species, as a civilization, and I mean globally, I don't mean just Americans or anybody else, I mean just in general, because there's been resistance to treating and and containing this since it started all over the world. We kind of deserve this. We made this bed and now we gotta lay in it, basically. And it sucks, and a lot of people are being hurt by it. A lot of people have died as a result. We shouldn't have necessarily. But as a whole, you know, our arrogance, our hubris has kind of gotten us to this point. It never had to be like this. It never had to get to this point. Oh, hello, Fingers and Throws. Thank you for following. Welcome. Yeah, like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, well, you know, humans are stupid and we should all just die, because I'm not that much of a misanthrope. But I am enough of a misanthrope to see that, you know, through our actions and just being flippant about things and figuring, oh, you know, that's not going to be that bad, or that's in the future, we don't have to worry about it now. Like, that's kind of the whole reason we're dealing with this now. On multiple levels, not just the pandemic level, but also the economic level, the social level, all that, climate level. So today, I am working on commissions, and not YCH commissions this time. This is actually a half sheet, which is 5.5 wide by 8.5 tall inches, 600 DPI illustration, black and white, and it's a memorial portrait of a pet who recently passed away. So this is, I started this on the last stream. I started sketching it out. So this is the dog. It's a Aussie Blue Heeler, and I'm currently working on, I've mostly finished the sketch. I've laid everything out. I've fixed the proportions and the musculature and everything. And now I'm mostly laying down what you would call inks. At this point, I'm actually filling in the darkest shadows because this is a black and white piece, so it's going to be very high contrast. Something in art called chiaroscuro, which is basically the bold interplay of black and white. So it's going to be a lot of hard shadows. It's not really going to be shaded in the traditional sense of shading. For the merle, which is this kind of bluish gray color, it's called blue merle or merle. This part is going to be done. This is kind of like a pale gray tone. It's not fully white, and it's not actually gray. It's like on the color wheel, it's like up here. So it's just a little darker than the white that's going to be in it, but not so dark that it's like a gray. And essentially what I'm going to do is I've laid this down as a mid-tone for the merle, and then from there I'm going to add in some darker grays, just kind of modeling to represent the texture of the merle coloration here. After I finish with the blackest blacks, like you can see here on the black patches, there's this really dark area because the fur is kind of shiny. I want to retain that. And so here is kind of what I'm doing in the actual drawing, is these shadows, like beneath the eye, following the structure of the skull here, over here beneath the eye, where the ears meet up with the head, that kind of thing. And right now I'm actually using a new brush. This is actually one of Frienden's brushes, but it's not out in the pack yet. So I'm like, kind of like playtesting it before it's released to the public. It's called the Gentendon Folds 5 brush. It's kind of a, here, I'll kind of swatch it for you. So it's kind of a messy brush, kind of a messy inker, a lot of texture, like a lot of texture. So it gives some fuzzier lines with just a whole lot of texture and tooth going on. Almost like a bleed, like simulating ink bleeding into paper a little bit around the edges. And since this is a dog and I'm rendering fur, essentially, I wanted to use this not only to get a feel for the brush, there's a little bit of experimentation going on even though it's a commission, but also I wanted to retain some of that uneven, organic edge to the fur, because fur is an organic thing. It's not completely smooth and perfect. And it tends to scatter light when light hits it, because it's a bunch of little filaments that are catching the light individually. So I wanted texture to, because most of this is going to be flat because it's just black and white. So I wanted to make sure that that texture and that breaking up of the shapes was retained. So that's what I'm doing. As if you know my art, you know that I like to play with, I don't do everything smooth. I don't use default digital art brushes that are super smooth and anti-aliased and all that. I'm not really about that kind of look. If, you know, other people like it, that's fine. It's not really my thing. My big thing is I like to essentially recreate the look of working with analog media, like ink on paper, pencil, watercolor, markers, that kind of thing. I like to recreate that in digital form. That's the look I'm usually going for in my work. So I tend to use brushes that are more textured and organic looking. Like my go-to brush, which I used for the lines here, as you can see, it's not fully smooth and neat. It's got variation in it. There's parts where with less pressure, it's not as solid. It has more of a fluffy line to the edge, that kind of thing. So that's what we're working with here. So I'll zoom out and you can see the whole thing so far. So as you can see, we've got the dog sitting. This was the pose that was desired, which comes from the first reference photo, this one. So more or less this, but I wanted to include the tail, and with the pose in the photo, the tail ended up being like cut off at the end here, and that was no good. So we decided to go with kind of like a mid-wag angle. And so we got the sitting and everything. I still need to finish doing the lines towards the bottom here. I just kind of got ahead of myself. And then for the facial expression, the client asked for something a little more like this, a little more open-mouthed, erect ears. So basically it's kind of a mishmash of the first photo and then this photo and this photo for the facial expression. So that's essentially what we're working with. That's why as I work on it, I will be going back and forth to these photos. And yeah, fingers and throws. I usually talk about what I'm doing as I'm doing it. If you ever have any questions about the process or the tools I use or anything like that, you can ask. You know, you're free to inquire all you want. I'm very open to sharing techniques and tips and tricks and resources if I can. I think part of the fun of watching people do art is learning how they do it. Both through watching and through them explaining the process and, you know, what's going through their heads as they're working on it too, because that's part of it. And also I need to finish doing the lines down here where the collar is. I just haven't because I got distracted working on the face. Because I mean, the face is really, that's where the eye is going to go first. That's the most important part of the piece, and I really wanted to get that down, get it nailed, and everything before continuing with the rest, because if the face isn't working, none of it's going to work. essentially. Then the plan is, ultimately, for the background, the reason why I have this thick white outline around the whole dog is because the background is going to be flat black. That's what the client wanted. They actually cited an old piece that I had done in pen and ink where it was like a cross-hatched kind of undead crow god, and then there was a thick white outline around the crow, and then just a solid matte black background. So that's basically what's going to go on here. So really the dog is the centerpiece. There's not going to be any backdrop. I might work in maybe some hatching to give it kind of like I don't know, some kind of vague lighting effect, but I don't know yet. Right now, I just want to make sure that I get the face down. That's the primary goal. We're going to see if we can do that. I have another commission. It's just a single character full body pose of a panther, like a fursona, that I might start tonight. I don't know, it depends on how I'm feeling about all this. And then also, one of the things I wanted to do, and even though there's not very many people in chat right now, I'll talk about it because I can always talk about it again. Something I wanted to try is on Twitter, sometimes people will do, here I'll pull it up in the reference thing. So if you're on social media and follow artists, you might see something like this. Essentially, it's like a template, and people who comment basically pick different qualities of a design. So like, for this one, a demon character, the first comment picks horn size or shape. Second one is hairstyle, third is skin color, fourth is eye color, etc., etc. So I was thinking about doing something about like this on stream. It wouldn't necessarily be this exactly, but it would be a template for a character that we essentially design and I draw on stream. And I was thinking that subscribers would basically get to comment with design choices. It doesn't necessarily have to be like horns and hair and stuff like that. It could be something a little more vague, like you want them to look evil, or you want them to look fuzzy or something like that. And then people who aren't subscribers could pitch in small amounts of bits, I think probably around 100 per trait or whatever, in order to contribute ideas for the whole of the design. And I don't know how many slots I'm gonna have. I'm still very crudely brainstorming this. I don't know how it's gonna work out yet. I don't think it would necessarily be in order. I think it would just be, you know, just contribute a bunch of things into the pot, and then we're gonna see how it works out. Because I can work from some pretty vague stuff. I've been doing freelance commissions long enough that I can get some one-sentence descriptions, and I can make a whole character out of it for somebody. And I do. I've done it before. The Panther Sona literally was a one-sentence description. And I already know in my head essentially how that's going to pan out. So it doesn't take much. Like, you could say, oh, I want a punk goth, you know, sexy, you know, and I will interpret that and turn it into a design on stream. And then something I was thinking of doing with that is, once the designs are done, maybe offering like stickers, like vinyl stickers for people to get. So like, if you contributed to the design, you can essentially get like an item featuring the design you helped make. For right now, this is all very much in the planning stages. I don't know exactly how this will work, or if there's enough interest for it. I'm still gauging interest. Jojo! Thank you! 4 months. Yeah, like, some artists have trouble with that, and I understand artists who want the most, like, the more detail, the more references, the more examples of what you want that you can give me, the better, obviously. But I can work with extremely small amounts of detail and description. Like I said, one of the commissions I'm doing right now was a single sentence description of what they want. There's no reference images or anything, just one sentence. And I can work with that. If they gave me examples, they gave me reference photos for like outfit or whatever, or more text detail, that would be great, but I can work with some pretty vague stuff. So I'm thinking for this, if we do this, it wouldn't necessarily have to be eye color, hair color, explicit examples of clothing or whatever. It could be more general ideas and themes, and then we just kind of go with it and see where it ends up. Because essentially my issue is, usually on stream I'm working on commissions, because commissions are my primary source of income. That's how I make most of my money, is commissions. So I usually have some to work on, but sometimes my queue gets a little thin. And if it's empty, or I just don't have that much to work on, or if a client doesn't want me working on it on stream, which does happen sometimes, not often, or if it's like something I can't work on Twitch, like it's adult artwork, which I do sometimes, I want something to have to work on stream so I don't have to skip streams. And so I thought this might be a way to make sure that there's no like dead streams. I could always play a game on stream, but I don't really like to do that, and I don't, most people are here for my art. They're not really here to watch me play a game. Although some people are, but yeah. So I was thinking, this would be a good way to make sure there's no dead time, and then viewers can participate and be more engaged and feel like they're contributing to some of the things being created here, and it's a more like community effort to make something rather than just watching me make things. And if you just want to watch me make things, that's fine. You don't have to contribute, obviously. And I'll still be working on other stuff too. I just thought this might be a cool extra thing to do. And then of course, I am putting up a little tiny bit of a paywall by only making it available to subscribers and people who contribute bit amounts, but that prevents the possibility of some nasty person coming in the chat and barking out like, unconstructive things, or trying to hijack it in some way. Like, you don't want some troll in here coming in and saying, oh, make it MAGA or something like that, because that's just a pain in the ass. And also, I gotta eat. I'm gonna be real with you. But yeah, so if people are interested in that, I'm fully willing to do it. It seems like it would be a fun thing. And I think that we could potentially come up with some cool stuff that might be a little bit outside of the usual comfort zone of what I normally draw. Like, we could take it down avenues that I wouldn't normally go down myself if I was deciding to draw something. Also in the Discord, I have posted this up in my art news channel to get people's feelings about it. If anybody has suggestions or thoughts on it or anything like that, questions, then you can go in the Discord and you can offer those up to be considered. So Richie said that they got a Black Friday ad for the stream. What ads have anybody else been getting if you're getting ads? I've been getting a lot of Adobe ads lately. And then I laugh and say I'm not paying for Adobe products. I have Clip Studio. Oh yeah, the Demon Souls remake. So, little story about my relationship with Soulsborne games is I don't play them myself. I don't care much for them as far as playing them goes. I feel like sometimes the difficulty is false difficulty, like the game is just cheap. And they try to market it as being hard because that's the reputation it gained. My partner, on a whim, bought Demon Souls on PlayStation. Was that a PS2 game? Or was it a PS3 game? Anyway, my partner bought it when it came out and thought, oh, dark fantasy game, thinking I would like it because I like dark fantasy. I played it. I had issues with it because I wasn't expecting it to just be as just heartlessly brutal as it was, even early on in the game, and I didn't like it. And so then they started playing it, and they liked it a lot, and became a fan of the series. And I basically watched them play all the Soulsborne games as they came out. But I personally don't enjoy playing them. I had some fun playing Dark Souls 2, but not really. I'm a Monster Hunter player. Yeah, I like the aesthetic of watching Soulsborne games. I think that even though there's not a whole lot of narrative going on in them, and you mostly pick up the lore through like items and talking to NPCs and stuff, I like the general feel of the world. I like to see how people handle the fights. That's one of the interesting things I like to see. I like to see how people confront the difficulty wall as it slams into them mercilessly. But I just don't like to play it. It's not enjoyable to me. I get upset. And if I get upset when I'm playing a game, I'm probably not going to play the game. Like, I've never been a big fan of roguelikes. It's never really been my thing. I've never been a big fan of playing games that just market themselves as hard. I like to have fun when I play a game. I don't like to feel like the game is antagonizing me. I think it mostly just got a remake in order to capitalize on the fact that a lot of people that play the Soulsborne games probably didn't play Demon Souls. Most people started with Dark Souls, or Dark Souls 2, or Bloodborne. Especially younger people. So I think they just, it's like, oh, well, we'll just remaster it so people who didn't get to it the first time around, can get to it now. Also, when is that Elden Ring thing supposed to come out? That one that they're working on with George R.R. Martin. I haven't heard anything about that in a long time. See, I thought that was going to be a PS5 launch title because when they released the teaser for it, it seemed like it was about the right time to start being like, hey, this will be on the next generation one. Because they said that they're not going to do any more Souls games, but I don't know if they're actually going to follow through with that.
Just for joining. Go to patreon.com/ConnellRad or click the link in the show notes. Either way, thank you for listening. See you next time and take care.
This is a short one. This one was like barely 40 minutes. Yeah, like, I don't judge people based on the difficulty that they play their games at. If a game has a difficulty level toggle, then if you choose to go on easy, go on easy, as long as you're enjoying it. The whole point of games is to have fun and enjoy them. I don't believe in the get good, mentality.
Connell Cast.
I appreciate some challenge in games. Like, if a game is just piss easy and you just like blaze through it, it's like, okay, so that was an experience, but then I kind of feel let down, especially if I paid money for it. I want to get my money's worth, but I don't want a game to actually like actively try to make me lose, essentially.
Take care and let's go.
So things like the Souls games, Cuphead, that kind of thing, I'm not really down with those. I know they have their audience, I know that they have large followings. Like I said, I like to watch people play the games. I just don't like them for myself. That said, some people say that Monster Hunter has that kind of reputation too, being really hard and challenging. And on some level, yeah, it is challenging. Like, in Monster Hunter, if you slip up, the game's gonna let you know. Most of the time. But it's not as punishing to me as the Souls games. And I feel like if you get your ass handed to you in Monster Hunter, it's usually fair. Like, it's because you fucked up. It's not because the game is just being cheap. Like, if I get laid out in Monster Hunter and it's not like the direct result of somebody just being a bonehead, like in my party or something, I'm usually like, alright, that sucks, but you got me. That's fair. Like, I really like the aesthetic of Cuphead. I really like the art direction. I think it's awesome that they brought back that whole rubber hose cartoon style for the modern day and made it fresh without just rehashing the same old thing that we've all seen from, like, ancient cartoons. Yeah, I just wish it was more accessible. I realized that they were marketing towards that crowd that likes those games being hard for the sake of being hard kind of thing. Because a lot of people, like, use that as like a litmus test of how good they are at a game, if they care about that. And that's fine, you know, if that's your thing, that's cool, whatever. But I think it leaves out a good portion of people who don't like that kind of thing and would otherwise play the game. Same thing with Hollow Knight. Like, I like Hollow Knight's art direction a lot. It looks like a really cool game. The characters look really cool. But it has a reputation for being one of those just really punishingly hard games, and so that's one of the main reasons why I haven't played it. Yeah, Richie, like that's the whole thing. Like, I love the look of it. I applaud the development team for going that direction. I think they did a great job. I just wish that maybe if they had a few lower levels of difficulty, then it might be a little better for some people who just don't want to play a hard game to play a hard game. And it's also an accessibility issue, yeah. Like you say, the fine motor skill issues. Like, if somebody has an issue where they just can't do like that level of like Twitch gaming, you know, immediate response kind of thing, then, you know, they're not going to be able to enjoy these games themselves. That said, just to change gears just a little tiny bit, still talking about games, but not super hard games. I've been watching a lot of gameplay of the new Yakuza game, and it looks really, really good, and I want to play it. And now I'm realizing that since this eye is further than the light source, further away from the light source rather, than this one, because see, the light source based on the reflection in the eye is coming from the left, our left. So over here, this eye is further away, so we should have a bit more shadow going on over here. And I'm gonna fill that in. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about Hollow Knight. Like, some people say that it's super duper hard. Some people say it's like difficult but fair. I don't know. I actually have it downloaded on my PlayStation now because it was free on PS Plus this month. So I'm probably going to give it a try now, but I didn't want to spend money on it if it was going to be an unfun experience for me. I don't have a lot of cash to throw around at games hoping that they're worth it, essentially, so I have to be picky about what I spend money on. I also sometimes wonder if people overblow the difficulty of games just to make it seem like it's more of a proving ground for them and their skills. I had a friend who did that a lot. We're not friends anymore. Not because of that, but they had a lot of qualities to their personality and what they attached their sense of self-worth to that we didn't agree on. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in this day and age, you can, like, if it's on Steam, you can get refunds and stuff if you've only played a little bit of it or whatever. But still, like, why would you drop that kind of money on something you're not sure you're actually gonna enjoy? Yeah, I already have it downloaded and installed. So, when my kid is awake and not doing something else, they're usually using the TV and the PlayStation. So I don't have a lot of opportunities to go and play games on the PlayStation. Also, I'm usually busy, usually working, like I am now, just not always streaming it. So at some point, I'll give myself permission to not be doing what I consider productive and sit down and give the game a shot. I probably will not stream it, even though I have streamed from my PlayStation before. I probably will not. I don't feel like embarrassing myself that hard in a game that I haven't played before. But if it does end up working out and I do hit it off with the game, I might stream it at some point. I don't like the inbuilt streaming capability for PlayStation, but it's usable and I don't have a capture card, so it's a possibility. We'll see. I still have a couple of games that I've played on stream that I need to finish anyway, like Carrion. I'm gonna buy myself the new Yakuza for the holidays. I still, okay, so I've watched a lot of Yakuza gameplay streams, various games. I've watched a good amount of the, last quarter or third of Yakuza 0. So I basically know how that ends. I've played a moderate amount of Yakuza Kiwami myself because I got it on PS Plus. And I've seen bits and pieces of different games later in the series. So it's kind of like piecemeal, but since the newest one isn't part of the same arc as the rest of the games, because it's new protagonist and all, I figure that one would be okay for me to grab now without playing through all the rest of the series first. Because I mean, yeah, there are callbacks and characters reappearing and stuff, but it's a new protagonist. It's not Kiryu's story anymore, so I don't think I would be skipping over quite as much that way, and then I can go back and play the other games in the series, as they go on sale and stuff. Also, I like the RPG-ish mechanics that they introduced in the new one. I think that's really cool, and I want to play it. Also, Ichi is the best dumbass. He is just such a numbskull, but he's great. Like, there's so many times in the streams that I've watched where he does something or says something, and you're just like, oh my god, what are you doing? Ichi, no. Ichi, stop. But you just love him. He's like a big, stupid dog. Also, like, at first when I saw the new design, I was like, what is going on with his hair? But now that I've seen it, like, in the game and I understand how his hair ended up that way, I'm not gonna spoil it, but I've seen that part of the story. So I know how it happened. I love it. I think it's great. He's just like a big caveman in a suit. I love the writing in the Yakuza games. I don't think I've ever seen... I know there are people that have criticisms with it, but it's also a cultural thing. Like, some of the things that people take issue with are that's just the culture in Japan, being represented in media. But I love the writing. They do an excellent job of making the game endearing, or the series rather, not just one game. They make the series endearing, they make the characters endearing, even if they're doing horrible, horrible stuff. Like, you understand where they're coming from. You understand why they're doing it. You understand the environment they're in that forces them to do this kind of stuff. And it doesn't take itself too seriously, even though it can be a very high drama series. It doesn't ever take itself too seriously. There's always moments of levity to break it up. And yes, himbos. And himbos and dads. There's a lot of himbos and dads in it. Also, the amount of detail in those games is incredible. Like, you can tell they really love the series and they really love what they're doing. They just take that extra amount of time to really bring what could be considered in some regards kind of a mundane world to life. Hell yeah, Pocket Racer. Hell yeah, I gotta go get a beef bowl. I just saw some really grisly shit. I'm gonna go get myself a beef bowl. I'm gonna go to the Sega Club and play some Virtua Fighter. Yeah, like in the new one, I like the new battle system. It's like action, but also kind of turn-based. And there's character classes, like in an RPG. And one of the characters is essentially a mage, but the way they do it is so good, and I love it. I want to play it so bad. I mean, yeah. There's never a bad time for a beef bowl. So that's an eternal mood, really. I guess if you don't eat beef or you don't eat meat, but there are vegetarian and vegan options. Right now, I have Chinese sausage and rice and vegetables. And it's actually, my dinner is sitting next to me, kind of getting cold, but I don't care, I'll eat it cold. I don't care. I just felt like streaming, and also I wanted to float that idea that I had, and I didn't want to wait, and I didn't want to just rely on posting it on Twitter or Discord or Mastodon, so I was like, it's Saturday, I do stream sometimes on Saturdays, I'm gonna do it. So yeah, I love this brush. If you have the Friendin brush pack, which I highly recommend, most of the brushes I use are Friendin's brushes, and he's a good friend. He's my buddy. He makes great stuff. He's a very, very, very talented artist. I greatly respect him. If you have his pack, or are interested in using his pack for Clip Studio, this brush will probably be coming in the next update, and once you buy the pack, you get free updates, and he does update. quite frequently. Well, I guess not frequently, but he does updates and they're fairly substantial. So you will get more than you initially paid for. But yeah, I like it a lot. This is actually my first time using it last night and today. But I really enjoy it. I really like the effect that it gives, and it's going to be a regular part of my toolbox, so to speak. He actually said that he's been using it pretty much exclusively lately in things that he's been working on, like all aspects, sketch, inking, coloring, rendering, all that. Me personally, I think this brush is a little bit more of a specific application kind of brush, at least the way I use it, but I could easily see you doing a whole piece using just this brush. Oh, McDonald's didn't have a veggie burger option, because I think Burger King does, right? They've got that Impossible Burger or whatever it is. And I want to say Dunkin' Donuts has a veggie, or did have like a limited time thing. They might not have it anymore. I don't know. I don't eat a lot of fast food, so I don't really know what's going on with that. Like, I didn't know what the hell the Travis Scott burger was until I started seeing the ads on Twitch. I heard people talking about it and I was like, what is that? For some reason I thought Travis Scott was a character from The Office. Like, I was getting the signals crossed in my brain, so I was very confused. Yeah, I think in this day and age, I think that having like burger places, fast food burger places, having a vegetarian option would definitely just, if it's not necessarily a way to open up a new market, it's a way to expand the current market, because there's a lot of people who desire meat alternatives, but they want the same basic experience of something classic like a Big Mac or a Whopper or whatever. This Conrad track has some Silent Hill vibes to it, and I appreciate that. Alright, so I'm basically just checking this against what the actual line art is, because I'm doing the black work shading on a different layer, but I'm also using it to actually expand the line art a little bit, so I want to make sure that it's matching up properly. Yeah, it's got the siren sound effect, and it's fooled me before too when I've listened to this one. There was actually like I don't know what it was. It was some kind of construction vehicle yesterday. Broke down on the road, just beyond my complex. And there was a big old flatbed tow truck that had to get called out to take it away, because I guess it was busted. I don't know what happened, but they were out there for a good 30-45 minutes loading this thing up. And it was raining. There were a lot of flashing lights outside my window yesterday. It kept distracting me. Oh yeah, I need to make, I don't have the slots, but I'm making the emotes ahead of time anyway. What was I saying? Oh, I think I need, so I have a Hypers emote already made, waiting for a slot. But I want to do a bat version of the LOL. Yeah, I want to make a bat lol emote. And I was thinking about maybe working on that tonight, but I don't know, 'cause I'm invested in this right now. And also, I got paid for this, so. Realizing that I'm leaving a little too much negative space on the ear. Because when I started this, when I took this commission, I wasn't sure if this was the technique I was going to go for, so this is largely unplanned. The other way I could have gone was just to use the normal brush that I use and just do a whole lot of cross hatching and maybe some stippling. Stippling is, if you don't know, it's when you, let me do it with a different brush. So this is my regular brush. Stippling is when you do a bunch of little dots to make shade and value and texture. And when I used to work a lot with ink, like actual physical ink on paper, I did a lot of that, like with microns and rapidograph pens. It takes forever because you're filling a space with little tiny dots, and it can be kind of hard on your arm and wrist, especially if there's a lot of it in the piece, but the look really pays off. And now I'm using the wrong brush. I love the look of pointillism and stippling. I still have my rapidographs. I have not used them in years, literal years. I am afraid to see how gunked up they are with dried ink. I'm afraid to know how long of an ammonia bath I would have to put the nibs in for in order to clean them out. Rapidographs are great pens, even if you don't do technical illustration like architecture and stuff, which is what they're really made for. They're made for technical illustration, where you need extremely precise and fine lines. They are expensive. My set, which I bought from Michael's with a coupon, was around $70 or $80, and that's with the discount from the coupon. They easily go for under $100 for a set of 5 pens. But they're very good pens. They're fairly reliable as long as you make sure you tighten everything properly and you fill them correctly. They're reusable because you fill them with ink. You can do colored inks in them, so they're kind of versatile that way. But they have extremely sharp metal nibs, which can sometimes be hard to use because they can tear paper. And if you don't make sure that you put them together properly when you fill them with ink, they can leak. And you also have to clean them. And dried ink can be a pain in the ass to remove from pen nibs. When I was in high school in my art class, and Lachlan will remember this because we had the same teacher, Mr. Sierra, he had a jewelry cleaner, like an ultrasonic jewelry cleaner machine that he would use because he was the one that introduced us to repeatograph pens. We would do projects in class that required us to do repeatographs, so we'd be able to use the ones that he had. And in order to clean them, he had an ultrasonic jewelry cleaner machine that we would put the nibs in that would basically have a cleaning solution, which was usually ammonia-based, and would use ultrasonic vibration to basically rattle the gunked up ink out of all the little crevices and stuff. I don't have one of those, and I could buy one, but I don't want to because I don't really work in analog media anymore, and I don't want to have to put it away and stuff. So when I was using the stuff, I would just soak the nibs in ammonia, just ammonia that you buy from the store for cleaning, in like a jar or a glass dish or something. And then I would, I'd let them soak overnight. And then if they still had stuff on it, I'd use like an old toothbrush, an old clean toothbrush to kind of try to brush the stuff out of it. Sometimes it would work. Sometimes I had very stubborn ones where it would take multiple soaks and brushings. And then sometimes, even if I cleaned them, they would still leak for some reason, even if I put them back together properly, and I couldn't figure out why. And when they leak, they always leak at the worst possible time, like when you're in the middle of working on something, and then it'll leak onto what you're working on and ruin it. That was always fun. It's kind of like fountain pens. Like, fountain pens will leak too. I mean, I think we've all seen cartoons where somebody will have a fountain pen in their pocket and then they leave a big stain on their shirt because the pen leaks. That happens in real life too. Except I never store pens in my pocket. One thing I do want to try someday that I've never really tried is like dip pens with ink. Like, you have the nib holder, which is basically the handle, and then you insert metal nibs into the thing, and then you dip it into the ink directly, and then work with it. I've never actually worked with those, and I know people that do, but I also, again, don't really use analog media that much anymore. Just for practicality's sake, because art materials are expensive, even if you have options like Michael's coupons and Blick and Amazon and all that. It's expensive. The stuff is expensive. And also, especially if you're using ink and stuff, it's a mess. You gotta set it all up, and then when you're done, you gotta break it all down and clean it all up, and it's a pain in the butt. And then you gotta store the stuff, and I have a kid, a small child, who has curious hands, and poor impulse control sometimes. And I didn't feel like it was practical to have all these expensive, potentially very messy art supplies out all the time with a small child around. And also 2 cats, who are also curious and have extremely poor impulse control because they're cats. I mostly work digital nowadays because of those factors, but sometimes I miss working analog. For most of my career in art, I would say between 20 and 25 of the last 30 years that I've been drawing, I worked with analog or traditional media, like physical media. And I enjoyed it. I liked it. I liked the feel of it. I liked the look of it. But yeah, I had to change gears because my life situation changed. Someday I will try dip pens and nibs. Even if I just end up buying like used ones for super cheap from somebody, I will try them. Yeah, I've heard they're brutal, Lachlan. I've heard that. I've heard they're very unforgiving. But at the same time, I think one of the reasons why I can do a lot of what I do in art, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn or say, oh, I'm such a good artist, you know. I think one of the reasons I can do what I do, the way I do it, is because I worked so long in analog media where you have to commit to what you're gonna do. There's no control Z. There are ways that you can fix things, there are ways that you can hide mistakes. That's actually part of being good at art, is learning how to fix and hide mistakes. Not just making a mistake and then like starting over because you ruined it. Like, there are ways that you can get around it. But I think that helped train me to really kind of be able to adapt to what I'm doing in art instead of just relying on undo all the time. And I use undo a lot, don't get me wrong. I use Control Z. I will duplicate and alter layers in a drawing if I feel like I messed up, but I still have the potential to salvage it. But I'm not sitting here just tapping Control Z all the time. And I think the credit really goes to using traditional media for so long and having to learn how to fix things and how to salvage things and how to avoid making the mistakes in the first place. Because if you screw up when you're using traditional media and you can't fix it, you can't hide it, and you have to start over, that's expensive. That means you have to use a new piece of paper or canvas or whatever you're using. And if you're just drawing on notebook or printer paper, that's fine, the cost is small, but if you're using something like Bristol or canvas or manga paper or anything like that, watercolor paper, that stuff isn't cheap. And if you keep screwing up and keep having to restart, it adds up. And also, you know, you're using ink, you're using graphite, you're using whatever it is you're working with, paint, you know. And, you know, eventually you have to replace that stuff, and you're gonna have to replace it sooner if you keep screwing up. And that's the kind of stuff that a lot of, like, art tutorials don't really discuss. They don't discuss the cost of learning how to do it. They don't discuss the cost of screwing up. And there is a cost. I mean, there's a cost for digital art too. Time is irreplaceable, obviously. There's also, you know, utility cost. You're paying for internet, you're paying for electricity in order to do this stuff, in order to have the ability to do this stuff. But when it's something tangible, it's something material and physical that you can hold and touch and watch, like, go away as you use it, and then you can watch yourself pay the money for the replacement, it seems to have more weight. And it's like, well, I don't want to waste this. But how do I avoid wasting it? And I'm not trying to scare anybody into, oh, you know, don't try to draw because if you screw up, it's costly or whatever. don't ever screw up. You should always be perfect every time. Because I screw up all the time. I screw up all the time. And that's part of it. That's part of the process. Everybody screws up. You just gotta learn how to be clever about it. And you gotta learn how to salvage it as best you can. It's the art economy, essentially. And that's the thing too, Lachlan. Like, when you sketch, different people have different parts that they prefer during the process. A lot of people don't like doing lines. They don't like doing the line art. They don't like inking. I guess I understand that, but at the same time I don't, because inking is my favorite part. Working with ink, even if it's just ink, is my favorite. That's what I live for. I love the look. I love the experience. I zen out when I do it. I love the look of just bold black and white ink work. Something about it is just really appealing to me. Some people prefer the sketching. That's their favorite part. They like the actual sketching, just, roughing everything out, playing with it, experimenting, exploring, that kind of thing. Some people really like to color. Some people really like to shade. Some people like more of a painterly process. Especially nowadays, digital painting is a very big thing that a lot of people do. So sometimes when you're in the process, you'll find that you feel really good about one stage of it, and you really like the way it looks, and then you move on to the next stage, and all of a sudden, it doesn't feel as good anymore, and it doesn't look as good anymore. And I get that. I can't explain the phenomenon. I have experienced it. I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know what causes it, and I don't know how to fix it. I just kind of accept it and move on from there. I also understand the hating everything you do, and I can actually explain that, because there's a handy chart that I don't have on hand. I wish I did. But essentially, your skill and your eye for art operate on different wavelengths, and they advance at different paces. Fingers and throws. Switching to digital, it was a little jarring. Full disclosure, I have been working with graphics tablets since 2004. I got my first Wacom Graphire 3 in 2004, and I've essentially always had a tablet since then. When I first started using a tablet, there was a bit of a jarring disconnect, because when you start drawing either on like paper, or you draw on like a screen tablet nowadays, like a lot of people will start drawing on like an iPad, you're looking at what you're doing directly. Like, you're looking at your hand moving on the paper. You're looking at your hand moving on the surface. When you switch from that to working on a traditional graphics tablet, like a normal Wacom or Monoprice or whatever it is, and instead of looking at what your hand is doing, you're looking at a screen, there is a little bit of a disconnect you have to get used to. And it took me a while. At first, I actually didn't really care for it. I was a little disappointed that I spent all this money on this tablet, and it felt weird and bad to me to use it. Part of that, I will say, is probably using Photoshop to draw in. Photoshop is a great program. I think it's an incredibly influential program that kind of changed the game for art. It is very good at what it's designed to do, which is image manipulation and editing. Photoshop is for shopping photographs. Photoshop, while it's perfectly capable of being a drawing program, and plenty of people draw on it, both professional and amateur, it is not designed for drawing. It never was. So I think part of it was using Photoshop to draw and felt unnatural to me, because it's not really designed for that. And then I also had to basically teach my brain to look at a screen and not my hands when I draw. And that took a while. One of the things that helped me, I discovered, is turning my tablet physically on my desk, like rotating it. to where it was comfortable because I always draw offset. I don't have the paper sitting straight, like up and down. I tilt it. Like, I don't know what the degrees would be, but basically on its corner. And I draw like that. I don't like it to just be straight in front of me. So I do that with my tablet too. My tablet is actually, the bottom corner of my tablet is actually pointing at my chest. And so it's at an angle. And I feel like that helps. I feel like it feels more natural that way. Hi Alex. Hi Yinzy. And I think it helps make it feel more natural to me. And then I feel like using a dedicated drawing program that was designed for drawing, like Clip Studio, also helped because it makes it feel more natural, basically, and it helps my brain be like, oh yeah, this is what we know. This is what we know how to do. But it just takes time. Like, everybody feels weird when they first draw on like a Wacom tablet, if it's not a screen tablet. It's just one of those things you kind of have to teach your mind and body to deal with. But yeah, it does feel weird at first. You get used to it. For me, like I said, when I got the tablet, I was still really doing analog media mostly. It took me years to get over it, essentially, because I would only use the tablet here and there. Mostly, I would draw in ink on paper, and then I would scan that in, and then I would color it in Photoshop. So I was really only using my tablet to color with. And that was probably a bad idea. I really should have just drilled myself with the tablet and forced myself to use it, and I would have probably gotten used to it sooner. But I didn't. I kind of avoided it.
Since then, over 18 hours of free new music has been released, over 27 episodes, with no episodes missed or late. Thank you so much for sticking with Connellcast. No need to get a present, though a subscription to the Patreon never goes amiss.
This is
Link is in the show notes.
the first year anniversary episode
Anyway,
of Connellcast, that's why.
Let's go.
But this is from like a year or two ago. So you can disregard that. And as far as digital painting goes, I've never really been much of a digital painter. There was a time when it was starting to get popular that I gave it a shot because I figured, oh, this is what everybody expects you to do, so I should learn how to do this, right? And it never felt good to me, and I was never happy with the results. I don't think that... I mean, sure, if I spent a lot of time learning how to do it and getting used to it and learning different techniques and stuff, I could probably get over that, but at the same time, if it doesn't feel that great to me and I have no actual reason I need to do it, then why? I fully support experimenting and trying new things and stuff and seeing what works for you, but if there's no reason, like you're not in class and you're forced to do it for a project or, you know, whatever, there's no pressure to necessarily excel in it, then if it doesn't feel good, you don't need to. Just find what feels right and go with that. I will be right back, like 2 minutes. Alright, sorry. A small issue I had to discuss with my partner. So, yeah. Yeah, I would say that giving yourself an amount of time that you need to use the tablet exclusively would probably be a good way to condition yourself to get more used to it. like, obviously you don't have to do everything with the tablet all the time, but maybe assign yourself like so many hours a day or a week and then go with that and gradually increase it. Kind of like with any exercise, you know, you start off small and then work your way up. So when I completely or mostly completely like changed over to digital over analog, it was about 5 years ago or 5.5 years ago, basically 2015. So when I did that, I got this new tablet. I got a new tablet. I got a Wacom Intuos because my laptop at the time was using Windows 8 and it would not recognize my Graphire, my ancient Graphire that I had. So I had to upgrade to an Intuos Pen and Touch Medium CTH 680. That's the model number on the back of this. And when I did that, for one, I think the upgrade helped. The more modern tablet. The technology is better, obviously. And I also got myself Clip Studio, and so I started using that. And for some reason, it clicked a lot better for me than it did in the past. I don't know if it was just the upgrade in technology or what, but it just felt better to me. The ear color is a little weird because it's mostly black around the edges and then there's a little bit of this tan coloration. I guess I'll probably just go in mostly black up here until around this part and then kind of taper it off a little bit for the lighter color. So, how's everybody's Saturday night been so far? I mean, I guess it's not really night for a lot of people, but it is here. So, how's your Saturday been, I guess, would be more accurate. I hope everybody's been having a good weekend so far. Relaxing, yeah. Not too hot, that's always good. It's actually been getting cold here. The last week or two. I had my slider open for some fresh air and my feet were getting really cold. I had to put some winter socks on. And then I closed the slider and I'm still kind of chilly in here. So I'm doing this style of inking where it's large blocked in areas and then these little hatches in order to break up the edge. So up here I'm basically just planning that out. That's what all of these long fingers of black are. Oh, good, Richie. I'm glad. How are your studies going, by the way, for your conversion? Lady Richie, oh no. Oh, Richie, did you ever have a chance to ask your rabbi if dogs can be Jewish? Since I'm working on a dog right now, I figure it's a good time to ask for an update on that. I mean, if you get the chance, and it seems like an appropriate question at the time, but if not, that's fine too. It's not really important. I'm just curious sometimes to see how different religions think about animals. I hate dealing with scheduling things. Hate it. But it's good you can do it about email or over email rather than phone, because I hate talking on the phone. Today I overslept. Actually woke up at my normal time, and then I ate breakfast and had some coffee, but I was still in bed because I was lazy and I was cold. And then one of my cats decided to lay down with me, and I just kind of bundled up a little bit to get warm, and then the next thing I knew, I woke up, it was 3 hours later. So that happened. Oh, that's good, Alex. Yeah, I saw that you're excited about your Wacom arriving. I'm glad that it's working out for you. I know that sometimes people that try drawing tablets for the first time are a little disappointed because there is a learning curve to it, like we were talking about earlier, with the disconnect between not looking at what you're doing with your hands and looking at a screen. But that's not always the case. I mean, some people just take to it a little more readily, and there's not as much of a conditioning period. And that's always nice. One less hurdle that you have to deal with on the journey of art. But remember, when you're training yourself, remember to stretch your hands. I forget all the time, and if I go for a very long session of drawing, I usually end up regretting it because my hands hurt a lot. If you Google like hand stretches, or you can Google like stretches for artists, they're pretty simple stretches, you know, opening and closing your fingers, putting resistance against your fingers and then pressing your palm flat, stuff like that, rotating your wrists. But it's very important to do it. It's good to do it before you start. It's good to do it when you're done. And sometimes it's good in the middle of your session to stop and stretch. Yeah. Way back when, in the before times, I used to draw in color with a mouse. And honestly, I got pretty decent at it for what it was, but it was never comfortable and it took a long time. I actually kind of wish I still had those pictures because I was impressed with myself even at the time. And I remember looking at them again years later and being like, wow, this is pretty good for just working with a mouse. But those are gone now. Lost in the void, in the ether. When I say a long time ago, I mean like in the late 90s. I'm actually going to stretch my hands for a second because I am beginning to feel a little bit of stiffness. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's just little things. It's just a matter of getting into the habit of doing it. I mean, that's really the trick with everything, isn't it? Forcing yourself to get into the habit. Like I said, I forget to do it all the time, and then I remember only after my body starts giving me signals like, hey, you probably should have stretched. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right, I should have, but I didn't. I'm a dingus. I'm also old, so on some level I think it's a lot of that. I used to be able to draw for hours and hours and hours nonstop and feel no negative effects at all. And now if I sit down and draw for more than a half hour at a time, my back hurts, my hands hurt. It's not going to stop me though. Nature might think it's going to stop me, but it's wrong. I'll draw until my hands fall off. Okay, so that's looking a little better. I'm still not 100% sure I'm gonna do about the tan areas. Because since this is such a high contrast black and white piece, obviously I'm not going to be filling in tan there to denote the tan areas. And I already have this very light gray established for the merle parts, and I want them to be distinct from the tan parts. So I might just leave the tan parts white, just so that they're separate from the black and the merle areas. But I also feel like I should do something to, I guess I'll figure it out. I don't want to add more gray areas. I feel that'll... My phone's going off. I feel like adding more gray will just make the lines and the details of the black areas get lost a little more. Like if I were to fill in various grays here, you would get more, I guess, color detail, even though it's a black and white piece, but I feel like these details would be less noticeable. So that's the conflict I'm having. Do I just, because it's a lighter color, just leave it white? Do I go for another kind of grayish, like the merle? Do I, go for a darker gray? I don't know. I'm gonna put it off for now because I don't feel like making the decision. What I can do is I should probably fill in the teeth. Oh, and there's black down here too. I should probably do the lip. See, he has black lips here, and also black gums, which many dogs have. And I never get used to seeing them. I never get used to seeing these really dark gums in dogs. But we should probably do that so that the teeth will pop. I'm gonna go for a small brush size because I'm gonna be doing some more of this kind of thing here to break it up. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm just going to basically outline the teeth. To kind of set it all up and fill in any gaps that might be there. Make things look weird. Then over here, because I guess I could just go all the way around with it because it's going up against the tongue that's going to stay light colored. So one thing you'll notice in my work is, even though I stressed the importance of like planning stuff out so you don't make mistakes, I don't fully plan out my pieces ever. My sketches are always pretty rough and crude. Like some people, their sketches are basically just a finished drawing and then they just need to ink it and color it. Mine are very rough. Sometimes it's just like the hint of what I want to do. And it, you know, I kind of just determine things later as I feel like it. So here, the sketch is actually pretty complete on this overall. Like down to like the details. I actually sketched them out. Sometimes it'll just be the vaguest idea of what I want to do, and I'll figure it out later. But right now, I actually didn't really think that much about how I was going to shade the gums. Now I'm just kind of deciding as I go, essentially. And if it doesn't work out, I'll erase it and try something else. So one cool thing about the shape of this brush, uh-oh, somebody's here. Because of the shape of this brush, if I go down, it's thinner. It's not a round brush. And so I can just rapidly do this, and I already get a little bit of that kind of spiky, broken up edge. And then I just have to go and refine it. So I don't just want to fill it all black. I think that would look weird. So because it's a rounded area and also there's some light reflection, I'm breaking up the edge here so that there's a little bit of white space along the edge. Hey Swift, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Bundled up Yeensy. You know, Yeensy, I know you don't really stream, but I feel like you should have your own emotes just to have the full Yeensy effect in chats. That's one of the things that sucks. I feel like having custom emotes shouldn't just be a thing for like people who can get affiliate. Like I feel like maybe just people that just watch stream should also have the ability to unlock like a couple of slots for themselves that they can use. Oh, could you imagine a full set of Hackerman letters as Twitch emotes? That would rule. Yeah, for Discord, sure, but I mean, if you're watching a stream on a chat, and sometimes, you know, and like, you know, maybe you like the streamer, but they don't have an emote that's appropriate, and you can't find one that's appropriate, or you can't afford to sub to everybody whose emotes you want to use, right? Especially in 2020. You know, it would be nice to just have some of your own that are custom that you can toss in there. But I do understand that I guess it would de-incentivize subscribing for some people. It's one of those give and take kind of things, I guess. Oh, Automod doesn't like the word jagoff. That's fine. Jagoff is fine. Yeah, that's true. And like I understand a lot of people like the Ahegao or Gasm emotes. I don't care for that. I don't care for that aesthetic. But yeah, you're right. I get it. And also there's things like the, what is it, the BTTV and the Franker faces or whatever it is. I've seen people use stuff like that. I suppose that could do a similar thing. Franker's faces. Yeah, there's solutions like that, but I don't know. Yeah, I really don't like that. When my sister-in-law was still living here, her boyfriend got her, as a joke, a hoodie. One of those hoodies. Yeah. I mean, it was a joke. He said it was a joke. It was like a joke gift, but still, it's like, oh my god. Because there are people who will legitimately wear that, and like I've seen signs at conventions that have banned people from wearing those things. But yeah, I'm not really much about that whole lewd business myself. I'll draw it if I'm paid to. I appreciate it sometimes if I'm in the mood, but I think I'm very much on the A spectrum. And I'm definitely not about like publicly parading that kind of stuff around. I don't know, it just feels skeevy and gross to me. There's other ways to express yourself that don't involve that kind of thing. Or at least keep it in like an environment where it's appropriate. Oh yeah, it's not an ace thing. I was just saying that I was just explaining that I'm pretty sure I'm somewhere on the ace spectrum, so I'm generally not super into hypersexualized stuff, like in communities I'm in and stuff. I've seen pictures of people that wear it in public. Like my sister-in-law said she would never, like I don't even think she actually ever wore it. I don't think she ever actually put it on. It was just a gag gift that sat in her closet and then occasionally would get pulled out to, you know, to laugh at and torment people with. But I don't think she ever wore it, and definitely never wore it outside. But I have seen pictures of people wearing it in the wild, so to speak, and I can't. Like, how How can you... Oh, God. And then they get mad, like, when it's banned. Like, there was a blowback when conventions were prohibiting people from wearing those things, like, on the public floors. Oh, thanks for following, Swift. Like, there were people complaining. They were, like, literally mad about it. They were salty. And it's like, why? Why is this so important to you? What a hill to die on, you know? Like, I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yums. I'm not trying to police how people express their sexualities. I don't honestly believe that ahegaos and gasm faces are an expression of sexuality as much as they are just... It's one of those shock things. It's trying to get a reaction from people. It's trying to basically exert some kind of influence over people's mental states. It's a manipulation thing. It's troll culture. Not to say that all of that kind of... Well, I guess it's a slippery slope, but you know, it's trying to get a rise out of people. It's trying to get those reactions. Like, oh, look at me. Oh, are you bothered? And it's like, you know what? This isn't 4chan. No, we're not. Yeah, we're talking about like ahegao on clothes and emotes and stuff. I've seen people wear tails in public, and I'm cool with that. That's fine, whatever. I'm a furry, you know, I get it. If it's a specific type of tail that attaches in a certain way, that should be kept behind closed doors or in certain environments like the Folsom Street Fair. Also, hi Flawless. You joined at a great time, although I guess this conversation is much more tame than the town hall was last night. Good lord. I don't know, Richie, if you caught any of that last night, but it went down some wild paths. Like, there were certain points where I had to kind of tap out for a little bit, because people were... they were up to things, for sure. You say that all the time, though, Flawless. Bristlebert, yeah, it might have been after you left. Like, it didn't start out that bad. I mean, I think it started off mostly pretty chill, and then I essentially, like, live reported on Pepto getting banned from Joan and Vasquez's Twitch chat for simping too hard. And then, as people joined the voice chat, it went down some dark paths. It wasn't anything like mean bad, it just kind of got gross, essentially. Like, the conversations, the topics were kind of gross. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe the voice chat needs a little bit more vetting, at least. Less people, and, like, people you know aren't necessarily going to go completely off the rails like that. It got chaotic. It was just very chaotic. Although, hearing Heelan read that turkey post was beautiful. Disgusting, but beautiful. And then at some point, I guess Jules joined. After they sobered up a bit, I suppose. Although by that point, I was busy doing other things. Okay, so it went back to being chill then towards the end. That's good. I'm not gonna lie, I have like 30 something thousand channel points in your channel, Flawless. I never intend to use them to end the stream, but I seriously considered it last night. So yeah, last night was a little wild. I considered using channel points for something I never normally would. Oh yeah, thank you. They're not my brushes. I did not make them. I just use them. This is actually a new brush by Ray Friendon, who is a good friend, a good pal, and an incredibly talented and skilled artist who makes a lot of really good brushes for Clip Studio. I actually have a link down in my info panels to his brushes because I use them so much. This is a new one. It's called the Gentendon brush, which is named after one of his close friends. Folds 5, and it's a very textured, kind of dirty brush, which is exactly the kind of things I like. I like crunchy textures in my brushes. Oh yes, I should save too, thank you. But here, I'll show you. It's very deeply textured, very crunchy, gritty, dirty. And that's exactly the kind of thing that I like in a brush. So I am actually testing it out on this commission. I got the brush yesterday. It's not available yet. It will be available in one of the updates for the brush pack, the next update. So I'm essentially testing it out, which is a little risky. You know, I'm working on a commission. I'm using a brush I'd never used before, but so far I'm happy with the results. I've used similar brushes that have similar qualities, so it's not like it was completely alien to me, but... This is the full image so far that I'm picking away at, little by little. Last stream, day before yesterday, I sketched it out. Since then, I've refined the sketch, fixed the proportions a bit, fixed the anatomy and musculature a bit to look more like the subject, added the tail, and decided to have it in like a mid-wag, semi-upright kind of thing so that it would fit, because this is the edge of the actual document, and if I did it the way it is in the reference photo, it would just go off frame and get cut off, and I didn't like that. So I haven't finished doing the line work down here. You can see that it's still sketch lines. I haven't inked it yet. I'll get around to it. I just do things as I feel like doing them. I haven't finished the collar or the neckline up here yet. I'll get to it. This is for the coloration on the chest. There's a couple of wings of tan color here that I'm going to work in. There's some fur texture here that I still need to do. And mostly I've been focusing on the face because to me, in a portrait, even if it's full body, the face is the most important part. And since this is an actual pet that was very well loved and recently departed over the Rainbow Bridge, I want to make sure I get it right. That's very important. Not just because they paid for it, but it's a memorial portrait and you want to make sure you get it right. It would be awful to hire somebody to draw your beloved pet and then have it all wrong. Yeah, animal anatomy can be tricky. All anatomy can be tricky. Essentially, you know, practice, study, even if you're not actively drawing, observing how people or animals or whatever the subject is moves, how things connect, how things interact is always useful. Even if you're not drawing, even if you're not actively studying something and you're just watching, you're learning. You're learning to make those connections in your head. You're learning how to break it down. I noticed that one thing among artists is that they either specialize in like animals or humans. I see a lot, especially in furry. There's a lot of artists that can only draw furries. They either don't feel they can or they refuse to draw humans. And I see a lot of people that lean more towards drawing humanoid characters, won't draw furries. I don't know exactly why that is. I understand that specializing in one can sometimes make it hard to make the leap to the other because you essentially have to unlearn what you do and learn how to do something else, which can be intimidating and it can be time consuming. But I personally, I try to draw everything. I am not terribly good at things like mechanical stuff. I can do it. I've done it. I don't enjoy doing it, and I don't think I'm especially good at it, but if I felt the need to learn how, I would learn how.
But also supported
I can draw people, I can draw animals, I can draw furries, I can draw monsters. I think that expanding your toolkit as much as you can is always a good thing, even if you don't specialize in one thing over the other. I think it's always good to be able to do that thing if the situation requires it. And if it's vertebrates, even though their body shapes might be different, essentially the parts are all the same. Like, the head is going to be up here. They're going to have two eyes. They're going to have a nose. They're going to have a mouth. They're going to have ears of some sort. They're going to have a neck connecting them to shoulders. They're going to have two forelegs. They're going to have two hind legs. They're going to have an abdomen in the middle. You know? It's just how are those things arranged? That's all it is. And you just learn how to rearrange these things depending on what you're drawing. And it takes time and it takes practice. And you're going to get frustrated, you know, but eventually you'll get it. It's just repetition and tenacity, basically. Also, reference. Never be afraid to use reference. You don't have to draw it exactly like the reference. Some people think that when you use reference, you have to make it look exactly like the reference, and you don't. You can just take bits and pieces. Like for this picture, I'm using multiple photos. So I have this one because the client wanted a facial expression more like this photo and this photo. More open mouth, erect ears. But for the pose, they wanted me to use this photo. So I'm actually using 3 different reference photos for this one drawing. And I'm just using different parts from each of them to create a new image. Because they don't want a photocopy. They already have photos. They want an artist interpretation of the dog. Yeah, and making your own reference is great. I spend a lot of time when I'm working on something, especially commissions, because people want things to look a certain way. I spend a lot of time searching through Google image results, you know, looking for the right pictures for what I'm trying to draw. And if I can find the right pictures fairly easily, that's great. If they don't exist, I have to resort to either just picking from a variety of pictures, which can just be a lot of time
Hope
looking
this
for the right
cast finds
collection
you
to
doing
use,
well.
or
If not,
I
I
can make
hope
my
it
own.
helps you a little
And
bit.
one of the things in Clip Studio
Now
that's really
let's go.
handy, let me just open a new document for this. Okay, so Clip Studio has this cool thing built into it where you can have models. They're three-dimensional models, they're like dolls, and you can pose them. You can pose them in your document. So, depending on what you're drawing, and it's mostly humanoids, you can essentially create your own reference if you need to. Which is good if you can't find the right photo, you can't find the right angle. You can rotate them around, you can flip them upside down. You can even go in and you can edit the proportions of the model. And I've seen some people they basically just pose these things and then just draw over them like wholesale, and that's fine, that's valid if that's what you want to do. What I usually do is I will do these to create a pose, and I do this more often now than I used to because I just don't feel like hunting for the right camera angle in Google Images anymore. I don't have time for that. I'll make a pose, and I will either leave it as a layer in the document, but I don't often do that because it, takes more memory, or I will get the pose and the angle right. Like, say if I wanted to pose like this, for instance, I'll get the pose and the angle right. Then let's say I want to adjust the proportions a bit. So I'll go down in the settings here, and I can, like, look, I can do big head mode. So there, I want a giant head on this person. Cool. That's exactly what I'm looking for, theoretically. So then I do this, click out of it, all set, and then what I'll do is I'll basically flatten the document like I would when I'm done drawing, and that just flattens all the layers and creates, a solid document, and then I'll save it into my reference folder as an image. So then I can pull it up later if I need to in my little image preview thing here that I use for my reference, and I can use it as reference when I'm drawing. That way I don't have to go hunting through Pinterest or through Flickr or through, a stock image site or whatever, trying to find the exact angle and pose. And you can change the light source in this too. Which is really helpful because that's something you can't do when you're hunting for images. So see, you can change the lighting and then you know exactly where the shadows are going to go on a three-dimensional image. Which is super duper helpful when you're drawing. Because sometimes, even if you're good at lighting, even if you understand where light and shadows go, sometimes it's hard to visualize in your own head where things are going to be on a three-dimensional form. And so the ability to do that yourself on here, and you can even get some nice, like, dynamic backlighting like this. You get some really dramatic backlighting here. And then you basically have your own reference that you can use exactly the way you need to. And it's really handy and convenient, and that's one of the reasons why I love Clip Studio. I'm not sponsored, by the way. I should be, though. I talk this program up enough. There are standalone programs for this. There's one called Magic Poser, which basically does the same thing. I just like the fact that it's in the program and I don't have to go anywhere else for it. I don't have to open another program for it. And also you can download different poses and stuff. Let me see. So, like, see, you can kind of see them here. They're very small, but there's different, like, I found some different body types, like larger body types, which is really rare for this kind of thing. Not a lot of people make heavier body types. So that's a nice reference for that. You can get different poses, which you can then edit yourself. There's also, like, Clip has a whole asset database storefront. A lot of the assets are free. Some of them have a small cost to them. A lot of them are made by users and not by Clip Studio itself. And so you can go in and you can find a whole bunch of stuff. Like there's action poses, there's sitting poses, there's props, three-dimensional props that you can use to create a scene. There's all kinds of stuff, all different poses. These are just ones I've downloaded that I might use at some point as reference. There's brushes, like this is a keyboard because I needed to draw a keyboard in a commission. More brushes, there's like effects, there's in manga, they shade using screen tones. And most manga artists work on paper with like G pens, and they use a stick-on screen tone. It's like a transparent plastic with the dots on it, and they stick it on the page, and then they use an X-Acto knife to shave away the parts that they don't want to create the shading effect. But you can get screen tones in this that you use digitally. And let's see, there's like effects for like text bubbles and stuff. This is like one of those gradient things I was talking about for like a backdrop. There's brushes you can use for like grass, like easily drawing grass and vegetation so you don't have to draw it by hand. All kinds of stuff. Like these are like tables and desks that you can put into something and like turn it around and rotate it so you get the right angles if you have trouble drawing those kinds of things. So it's really cool. There's like lace brushes that you can do for like a lace effect without having to draw it out. It's mostly just like time savers, essentially. It's super cool. Because while I am a big fan of drawing as much of your own composition as you can, like just drawing it yourself, because, you know, it keeps the feel uniform in the piece. Sometimes it's hard, like a bunch of little repeating details, like a lace motif, like that's torture. Like, I speak from experience, that kind of thing is just torture. So if you have something that, you know, it can make it a less tedious, less time-consuming process, you know, do some shortcuts and stuff, then that's fine, that's valid. I've seen hair, like, for drawing hair, like brushes that do like strands for you so you don't have to like draw them out and stuff. I would never use something like that, but I see the utility of it. But yeah, like there's all kinds of tools out there now that you can use to make things easier and make things faster. And that's really cool. The fact that Clip Studio has those things like built in, and when you download them from the asset store, they automatically are accessible in your program. It's just really convenient and nice. I can be a pretty lazy person, so having things be really convenient and not require a lot of extra steps is very helpful for me, because then I have less excuse to not use it. Alright, so I need to look at the ears some more. I also feel like if you're taking up drawing now, if you're just getting into it now, you're a beginner, I feel like there's way more as far as resources go than there was back when I was learning digital art. Or even just learning to draw in general, because I mean that was like the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s. When I was a little kid, figuring out how to draw dragons. I used to like to draw dragons a lot. I was one of those kids. Dragons and monsters. But I mean, like, between like YouTube tutorials and watching people on Twitch, and then you've got like web courses you can take, and seminars and ebooks, and then things like the asset store on Clip Studio and stuff like that. Like, there's so many resources and they're so accessible. Like, Clip Studio costs money, sure, but compared to like what Photoshop used to cost when you could actually just buy a license for it instead of subscribing to use it, it's actually pretty accessible, and it goes on sale all the time. And then there's free versions of things too. Like, there's Krita, which is open source and it's free, and it's a good program. I like Clip Studio more, but Krita is perfectly fine. I know professionals who use it. Brendan uses it a lot. Brendan has made brushes for it. Uh-oh, Alex. It ate the link. If you want to send me the link through like Telegram or something, I can look at it that way. I think Fire Alpaca is also free. I used Fire Alpaca very briefly for something, and I remember I didn't care a whole lot for the interface, but it's perfectly serviceable. Drawabox.com. I don't think I've heard of that. Let me just see what it is real quick. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's like a whole, like, how to draw, like, resource kind of thing in course. That's cool. I didn't even know about that, but see, it's stuff like that. We didn't have that back in my day. I mean, when I was first getting into digital art in the late 90s and early 2000s, I mean, we had tutorials, we had forums that you could go to that artists were on, that had like how-tos and like exercises that you could do and stuff like that. We had how to draw books of all different shapes and sizes. Sometimes you could find like how to draw like VHS tapes or DVDs at like the public library and stuff. So resources were there, but it's not like it is now. And that's the cool thing. Like, I think now is a good time if you're gonna learn how to draw, you're gonna learn how to paint. Now is a good time to do it because there's just so much out there that didn't used to be out there. Like, if you wanted to draw digitally back in the day, you had to settle for MS Paint, or you had to find a way to pirate Photoshop, or you had to pony up like $600 or $700 to buy Photoshop. Yeah, that's the thing too, in this new pandemic era, which doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. People need things to do with themselves that they can do indoors and possibly by themselves. And instead of getting into arguments on the internet, like a lot of people have been doing, learn how to draw. You can learn how to paint. You can learn 3D modeling. Blender is free, it's open source. You can learn how to knit. You can learn how to crochet. I know how to do those, they're pretty cool. It's a good change from drawing, while still also being creative and doing something with your hands. Learn how to sew. You could write a book. So many things you can do. And a lot of them are free, or they're cheap. Yes, we would not have culture if we didn't have artists and people making things and people trying to find ways to translate what they see in their heads into a shareable form in the world, be it music or writing or drawing or painting or sculpting or sewing or anything like that. The whole idea is you have something in your head and you want to share it with others, and you have to learn techniques in order to pull that out of your brain and bring it to meat space somehow. And that is culture. Sharing the things in your head with other people who can then get something from it and share it with others themselves. That is culture. That's what culture is. And as those ideas that are shared get passed down through time, that's what creates cultures. So no art, no culture. The thing is, a long time ago, my ex did not appreciate art. Which, if you think about it, is weird. Like, what the hell was I doing with somebody that didn't appreciate art? But unless it was something that he personally cared to consume, he didn't think it had value. He didn't think art had value. And that's bullshit. Oh, I agree, Swift. It is a sad and boring way to move through the world. And I don't understand it because he played video games, he watched movies, he listened to music, he read books, he watched anime. All that is art. And yet he would turn around and say that in his ideal imaginary society, because he was a role player, which is also art because it's writing, right? In his ideal magical fictional society, they didn't care about artists, there would be no artists. And I'm like, what? How do you have a society? How do you have a culture? Even bad societies, even bad cultures had art of some sort. I will not say that art makes us human, because I do believe that there are non-human animals that have art. I believe there are non-human animals that have culture. But I don't think humans could exist without art. Oh yeah, no, my ex was definitely one of those logic and reason assholes. Described himself as an INTJ, and that should be all you need to know about the kind of person he was. We argued a lot. We didn't agree on a lot of things. Yeah, exactly. And you see like crows and stuff, parrots collecting cherished items and arranging them in certain ways and playing around with things. And even if it seems primitive, even if it seems simple, it's still art. Even a scribble is art. I'm not the kind of person that believes there's a such thing as high art and low art. Art is art. Somebody made it with the intention of essentially portraying a concept, an idea, a feeling, a mood. Even if it's like simple, even if there's not a lot of skill behind it, it's art. That's what it is. Enjoy your dinner, Swift. Thanks for hanging out. I mean, if you think about it, who are any of we to determine whether something is more art or less art? Who has the authority to make that call? No one does. Art can be poorly executed, it can be well executed, it can have a lot of skill behind it or no skill behind it, but it's still going to be art. Yeah, exactly. And I've seen people try to pull off the whole high art versus low art argument, and I'm just like, you're full of shit. Who makes that call? Who gave them that power? And they can't answer it. They can't give you an answer. They'll be like, oh, well, you know, this level of talent or whatever. Talent doesn't make the art. Skill doesn't make the art. The tools don't make the art. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And honestly, Dean, the beatnik from Iron Giant, is very much a mood on multiple levels. I think that if I existed in an earlier time, I would probably have been a beatnik. But yeah, I'm also one of those people that thinks anybody can draw, anybody can paint. Not a matter of having an inborn talent or an innate skill. It's a matter of figuring out tricks and techniques and applying them in a way that works for you. Some people might take to certain techniques or tools quicker than others. Some people might have an easier time of mastering those things. But I think everybody, if they try and they find something that works for them, can do it. Nobody is incapable of making art. Except maybe for my asshole ex. That might be the one exception. Happened? I was supposed to zoom out and it went all chaotic on me. Alright. That's the basis for that part of the ear. There's more shading towards the middle, so I need to sketch that out. If I just try to wing it, it's not gonna look right. I already know that. Like right here, like right past the tan part. Yeah. So it's been a long time since I was with that guy. This was somebody that I dated over the internet, in like 1999 until 2002. So it's been a long time, but I remember that because I thought it was just such a dipshit idea. It was hard for me to even wrap my head around how you could think that. Especially when he was talking to me. Like, I was already pretty set on my path as an illustrator by that point. I drew his character for him for free, for fuck's sake. And he had the audacity to tell me that art was not valuable and in his ideal society there would be no art. And I was just like, what the fuck? It really did boggle my mind. It's one of the most boneheaded things I've ever had somebody say to me. I'm sorry to rant about my asshole dipshit ex from like 20 years ago, but it just really sticks out to me. Like, why would you ever say that? Why would you tell on yourself like that? The funny thing is, I still have him on Steam. I never talked to him. But I have him on my Steam friends list. And I went to his profile a couple years ago, last year I think, maybe, just to see, you know, what was up. What's he up to? And I guess he really pissed somebody off in a game that he played, and they left like this big long like fuck you letter in his comments, essentially calling him a crypto fascist. And I was like, damn, not much has changed. I also just liked seeing someone melt his face off on his own Steam page. It really, I was just losing it. Like, I was rolling in real life, just off my ass with laughter because it was amazing. It was beautiful. And like, my partner knew this guy. We were all part of the same roleplay circle on AOL back in the day. And my partner didn't get along with him either. They were actually kind of rivals in a sort of way in roleplay, which is the nerdiest shit in the world, but you know, whatever, it is what it is. We were all bored kids with internet access in the 90s. And so I showed my partner, and I was like, holy shit, you gotta see what this person did to just obliterate Mike, because his character back in the day was known as Mike. I'm not gonna say his real name. And so we both just really enjoyed the shit out of that, like all night, just looking at it, rereading it, just taking it all in because it was beautiful. Can you delete comments off of your Steam profile? I've never really gone to look because I've never had anybody leave anything really bad on mine, but it hasn't been deleted, and if the capability is there and he didn't delete it, that's even funnier. Oh hey gal, I mean, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. I'm still working. Also, I talked about this earlier, but since more people are here now, I have this idea, and it's not entirely my own idea. It's kind of inspired by a couple of different things that people have done. Essentially, like when my queue is smaller, and I don't necessarily have an ongoing project to work on stream, I was thinking of doing something kind of like this, which you might have seen on Twitter or Tumblr or whatever that some artists do, where essentially we kind of work together to create a character or create a monster or create a persona or whatever. And I was thinking I would pick different themes, just general themes, like design a persona, design a demon, design a whatever. And then essentially we would have some slots for concepts or qualities or body parts or whatever that people could contribute, and subscribers would be able to offer them, and then non-subscribers would be able to pitch in like 100 bits to add a slot, fill a slot, whatever. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be things like this, like hairstyle, skin color, eye color, whatever. It could be things like wet. Like, you want them to be wet or slimy or, fuzzy or dirty, or goth or, something like that. Just themes, ideas, concepts that we can smush together to create something together. And I would draw it on stream. So I was wondering if people would be interested in doing something like that. And I'm going to make a whole template of my own. I'm not going to use this. And then we could do that. I need to figure out how many slots I would have, how many would be adequate to be able to turn into something. But also not have so many that there's a bunch of empty ones. But yeah, so I was thinking about doing that. I'm still workshopping it. I'm still figuring out the details. But I wanted to float the idea and see if there's any interest before I go forward with it. And then I was thinking, if we do this and we get some good designs out of it, I could put them up as like stickers and stuff, and people, like, especially people that contributed to it, then they could have like a little piece of something we all worked together to make. Also a way to bring in more community engagement. I mean, I know plenty of people are cool. Doo-doo. I know plenty of people are cool with just watching somebody draw. And I feel that. I do that a lot. But on some level, I think there is an amount of people out there that would be interested in a collaborative, creative effort that they see basically evolve on stream in real time. I think that's really fun. I've seen other people do similar things, and I think that it often goes over very well. I think that people enjoy having a say in a creative work being made. And some people can't afford a commission. I get that. Times are tough. It's a luxury purchase. But like 100 bits or a subscription doesn't seem like a high wall to me. So far, yeah, Alex, I saw your comment on Mastodon. So far, the people that I've asked about it seem to be pretty positive about the idea, so this will probably be something I'm going to be developing. I don't know exactly when it'll start being an actual thing. Like I said, I still need to figure out how many slots I'm going to put, what the structure is going to be. I'm going to make a whole template, so it's just easier just to get things down on there and then get the drawing started and completed all in one go, so that I can keep track of it like right there and everybody can see exactly what we're doing, exactly what's there. Hey Bowie, what's up? And yes, puppy. I am drawing a dog tonight, working on a commission. It is going well so far. I'm using a new brush that I haven't used before. Testing it out, which was a little bit of a risk, but it's working out so far. And also introducing the idea of a new kind of feature that engages the community, which we're probably going to go with because I like the feedback that I've gotten so far. Also on my Discord, and the link is below, and you can use !Discord to bring up a link to it. I've also posted this, and if anybody has any feedback or suggestions or questions, you can post them on there. We can workshop it and hash it out and figure out how this is going to move forward. Also, I plan to do more than just like one type of thing. Like, I do want to go with themes to try to help keep everything on track so it's not completely chaotic, but I think like one time it would be like on here you see like a demon character, and then another time it might be a fursona, another time it might be a monster, it might be a magical girl, stuff like that. General themes that we can work within. Probably like seasonal ones, like holiday themes, like design a Krampus or something like that. Design a Halloween monster. design a mermaid, that kind of thing. Do you ever stretch and it makes your muscles hurt even more? I wish I could design a better future for everyone. I don't have that power. I can't draw that into existence, sadly. If I could, I would have done it by now. See, like, I've seen a couple things. Like, there was an episode of Ninja Turtles way back when, the original animated series, where there was a guy who got a pencil. And the pencil was magic, and whatever he drew would come to life and become a physical thing. And I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And then there was a Sailor Moon episode like that, too. Where a girl got, like, a evil enchanted pencil, and she could create, like, monsters and shit from it. She was like a manga artist. And I always thought that was like the best power. I wish I could do that. Although at the same time, I've drawn some things that should not exist, even as drawings. And some of you have seen them. Some of them have become known. Talking about Alf. You know what's funny about the Alf thing too is I've put a couple of the Alf things up on Redbubble, and I have been dinged on Redbubble for putting up fan art of things that I don't have the rights to put up. I have I'll show you. It's nothing bad. I drew Black Lodge Laura Palmer a few years ago when the third season of Twin Peaks came out, and I put it up on Redbubble because it's a nice design, and I figured I could, you know, put it on stickers and stuff. And I guess Showtime is pretty litigious about this kind of thing, and so it got taken down. And I was a little upset about that. I expected it, but I was also upset about it, you know, because I'm really not going to be cutting into the profits of Showtime or David Lynch Productions. But I've never been dinged for Alf. I don't think anybody cares. Oh yeah, I did use the same brush on this, my usual brush. It was so smooth looking I couldn't tell, but yeah. Well, if nobody wants to claim Alf with big titties, I'll just have to claim it. I guess I already have.
Connell Cast is free. If you like it and want to support it and get cool extras, go to patreon.com/ConnellRad. There are also free ways to help. You can find out more in the show notes. Thank you for listening.
So this Cast episode is done. That's okay, there's plenty more. So yeah, Twin Peaks one is the only one I've been dinged for. Which is fortunate because I do have a couple things on there I do not own the rights to. And yeah, I guess on some level that's kind of crappy of me, but at the same time, I don't think like Nintendo is gonna lose a whole lot of profits because I have a drawing of Ridley on my Redbubble.
Hi folks. I won't go on about this at the top of every episode.
I would have been really amused if I got dinged for Alf, though. It would be really funny to me.
People who have already signed up to the Conalrad Patreon. I am overwhelmed and excited.
I have the Dr. Phil Eldritch fidget spinner up there too, and Dr. Phil has not come down on me for copyright yet.
To get announcement-free Conalcast episodes in high-quality MP3
it could still happen.
Keep forever.
If it does, I will let everybody know. And maybe need to ask for help with legal fees.
It's hugely
but I doubt
important for reaching people. Okay, thanks. Now let's go.
Anyhow, I don't like copyright, I'm not a fan. And I feel like this is an especially topical thing, given the whole issue with music on Twitch lately. Imagine being the person who had, yeah, imagine, like, I don't even think the employee would care, because, you know, they don't have any stake in it, they're just doing what they're told. But imagine being the poor intern or whatever that has to serve the notice, the takedown notice, and, like, look at the art, and be like, yeah, this is the property of whatever studio has the rights to Alf, and you can't do this, you need to take this down. That would be really funny. Just like, I envy the person who works for Twitch that has to review the emotes that are submitted. Like, if you don't have the automatic approval thing. I want that job. I want to work for Jeff Bezos and do that, because I think it would be very entertaining. I don't know if I can imagine being Big Titty Alf. I think that level of existence is a little beyond my puny brain. Especially since Alf is from, like, a spacefaring society, right? So Alf is more advanced than we are, if you think about it. Alf comes from a species and a civilization that is more advanced than ours. And it's because of the big titties. Imagine belonging to an advanced spacefaring civilization and wanting to eat a house cat. Oh yeah, this brush is amazing. Consider this like a sneak peek because it's not available to the public yet. I mean, in a way it is, but in a way it isn't. It's not out in the Friend and Brush pack yet, and it will be in the next update. This is a new Friend and Brush called the Gintendon Folds 5 brush. It's new. It is great. It's super gritty and textury and toothy and dirty, and grungy, and I love it. This is my first time using it in a piece. I got it. I'm actually kind of friends with Friendon. We talk. Like, we're not the closest friends, but we're friends. But yeah, he hooked me up. I'm using this for the first time in a piece. I got it yesterday. At first I wasn't going to use it in this one because I didn't want to screw it up, but then I started using it and I like the results, so now I'm using it. And I'm really enjoying it. It's a little dirtier, a little grittier than my usual favorite brush, which is also a Friendin brush, which is called the Inker Dry Brush Pen. That's the one I usually use for everything. That's the one I used for the outlines here. This one is a little dirtier. It's a little more chaotic, but I think it's working really well for the effect I'm going for. I think it's really maintaining the implication that this is fur, this is hair, this is something organic. And that's what I'm going for because this is a black and white piece and I can't rely on color and shading to translate that in the piece. I have to rely on ink work and creating texture out of black and white. But yeah, so I'm a big fan of the dirty, gritty, recreating the feel of analog media kind of brushes. That's what I'm after. I don't like everything to be smooth and clean. It's not how I operate. I'm a creature of chaos and a trash gremlin, and I want that to be evident in my artwork on some level. Also, we were talking earlier about how to make the jump from drawing with traditional or analog media to digital, because it can be a little bit of a jarring experience because you have to unlearn things and you have to get used to a new way of doing things and learn new muscle memory and stuff like that. One of the things that helped me was finding digital tools that, at least to a satisfactory degree, recreate the feel, the experience, the tactile sensation of using analog media, which is what I used for the majority of my career up until about 5 years ago. And brushes like this, and a program that's actually designed for drawing like Clip Studio, and a good solid tablet that has a little bit of tooth to it. Like on my tablet, it's a Wacom Intuos. The drawing surface itself is not perfectly smooth, like glass. It has texture to it. So when you draw on it, you can feel it, and it feels a little bit more like paper that way. I know a lot of people work on screen tablets that are perfectly smooth, like iPads, and they use like Procreate and stuff with the Apple Pencil, and that's great. They do some great work. I see some really great work come from people that use that. I have an Android tablet that has a stylus built in, a Galaxy Note 2014 edition, 10-inch tablet, and it's great. You know, I've done stuff with it. It's very convenient for portability, but something about drawing on a completely smooth glass surface bothers me. I can't get into it fully. And my previous tablet that I started off with, my ancient Wacom Graphire 3, the drawing surface was, for one, much smaller. It was a smaller tablet than I have now, and also it was much smoother. And so I think part of the reason why it took me so long to really adapt fully to drawing digitally was because of that. I have heard that there's like transparent overlays, kind of like a screen protector you can get for like iPads and stuff that have texture to them. And that might help, but based on what I know from using Wacom tablets, normally is the more texture there is, the more the nib wears down. And I don't know how easily or affordably you can change out the nibs for like the Apple Pencil, because I've never used one. And for my tablet, my screen tablet, I don't know if you can change out the nibs for the S Pen. I've never tried. I've never had to. I don't know if it's possible. You might have to buy a whole new S Pen, and I don't know if they still make the one that I have because it's like 6 years old. So that's my concern with that. Like, you can use a textured screen overlay, but if you do, at what cost? Like, how badly is that going to mess up your nibs? How much extra expense is that going to cost you in replacements, you know? Those are the kinds of things I consider with that. But for now, I personally am fine with using a regular graphics tablet. I have adapted pretty well to the disconnect of not looking at your hand while you draw. I think I do pretty well with it nowadays. I think I'm fully assimilated into it. But for people that are still trying to make that jump, there are ways that you can ease the transition. Alright, so one thing I'm not sure about is the merle part, this bluish gray area on the dog's coloration that's called merle. I'm still not 100% sure on how I'm going to approach that. So far what I've done is, because this is a black and white piece, there's no color, I've laid down a very, very light gray for the merle parts as the base tone for that. I'm thinking for the texture I could either just do a whole bunch of hatching, which could go well, or it could just look like a messy, chaotic blob. Or I could get another textured brush and kind of almost treat it like an ink wash. And I'm thinking I might do that because it'll probably work out better. So it'll be a little bit of a difference from the harder black and white I have going up here, but because of the modeling of the coloration on the merle parts, I think it would probably be the most successful technique to use. So, I've got the base, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to color sample the darker area here. And you see over here that's actually coming out as a blue. And since I'm not using color, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag the color selector from the actual tone that I sampled and just bring it all the way over here where the gray is. And that way I'm just getting what that color would be if it was just gray. And I'm actually going to make it a little darker, bring it down towards black a little more. And then I'm going to go down to my actual paint brushes just for painting things. And I want one with texture. I don't want a smooth one. I've heard about the dry spaghetti thing for nibs. I've also heard that it's a plastic filament that you use for like weed whackers. That you can, there's a certain thickness, a certain gauge of that you can buy, and you can essentially clip it down into like lengths that are the same size as nibs, and you can use those, and they don't wear down as fast, but they still work. And I've considered doing that because it seems to work for the people that do it, but I'm also worried that there might be unseen damage being caused by it because it's not actually designed for that purpose. And also, honestly, while I hate having to buy nibs for my stylus, they're not that expensive. I can usually buy a pack of 6 to 8 of them for less than $10, and that'll usually last me most of a year. But as far as like Apple products, like if you're using an Apple Pen, I don't know what replacements cost for that. I know everything Apple is expensive, and so that's what my concern would be with an Apple product. I thought I did save. I guess I didn't. Now I did. What? Where is the brush that I want to use? Okay, see, that could work. But I don't like the texture. I don't like the lines there. I don't think I'm going to be using that one. This one, on the other hand, could work. This is roughly the kind of texture I want to use for these splotches of darker merle. I could use something like that. This one could also work, but this is a little bit too painterly, a little too creamy, like the way it blends together based on pressure. It's a little too creamy for me. I want something that's more like ink washes, kind of gritty and a little translucent. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this one. I actually should write it down so that I remember after I switch to other brushes which one I was using. I have forgotten in the past what brushes I was using after I switched to a different part and wanted to come back to it and gotten frustrated because I couldn't find the brush again. I have a lot of brushes. So it's messy right now because this is just the beginnings of it. But basically I'm going to be putting down little splotches here and there to kind of break up this area of gray. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to do like different sizes of hatching in this kind of a gray and darker areas to kind of break it up and make it look more like spots of color in the fur. That way we can still get the merle effect without relying on color. Oh, cool, yeah. You should, in the Discord, you should drop me your account name or a character name. Any character on your account, doesn't matter. And I can add you, and I'll invite you to the Night Crew Guild. And then, when I hop on, or when you need help or whatever, we can play. I don't play all the time, but if you ever need help and I'm available, I can hop on. I've gone through most of the content that isn't just straight up PvP or raids, so I can help with most things. And hello, Dr. Moxie. It's been a while. I haven't seen you around. Welcome. It is cool that you're able to get your account back. I think I remember somebody else that I know having a similar issue. I actually think it might have been linking their Guild Wars 1 account to their Guild Wars 2 account in order to get the Hall of Monuments rewards. And they needed to go through support for that. And it worked out pretty good. They're usually pretty accommodating. The arts are going well. I'm getting a bit done, working on a commission. Experimenting a little bit in the commission, but I guess I like to live dangerously sometimes. How is your weekend going, Dr. Moxie? Hopefully it's not too stressful. And I can also use this gray to work in some more of this black skin showing through at the front of the muzzle. Because that would be, it's so soft, the transition between the white fur on the muzzle and the black skin below the nose, that I don't want to rely just on the hatching. It seems a little too harsh. So I'm gonna use a combination of some of this textured gray and the hatching. I'm probably going to do the same thing down here because usually the fur on the lower jaw of the chin in dogs is generally thinner and you see more of the skin through it. So down here it's going to be a little bit more of a gray showing through, a black and a gray. And then I am going to blend some of the edges out on this. It's not going to be this hard-edged, even though I guess in the grand scheme of things it's not that hard-edged anyway, but you know what I mean. Now that I'm seeing more of the texture of this brush, I'm wondering if this is the one I want to use, because it's not much of a fur texture, it's more crackly. Almost like a marble or a stucco. I might go for a brush that has more of a bristle texture to it, like this. Actually, yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna scrap this layer. Start a new one. And try this brush out instead. And sometimes that's what you gotta do. Try something out, doesn't work. You gotta go back to square one, and that's okay. Restarting is okay. Redoing is okay. Scrapping something is okay. This is already looking more fur-like, more natural for what we're doing. I used to do that. Yeah, I used to, like, I would get mad and just basically dump a whole drawing if it wasn't turning out the way I wanted to. I used to be very afraid of making mistakes. I used to be very afraid of having to redraw things because I was not confident in my skills. I was not confident in my process. And I think a lot of people run into that, especially early on. The thought of putting time into a drawing and then having to throw it away or having to start it all over again. It's very daunting, especially as a new artist. So I totally understand that. I get that. I've been there. I've lived that life. It's one of those hurdles. It's really, really, really good to get over. And I don't mean to say that like, oh, anybody can, you know, just shake that off. You know, you shouldn't let that bother you. Oh, what's wrong with you? It happens to everybody. It's very natural. I think it's a very human thing. Humans are impatient creatures by nature. And we don't like to have to put time into something we feel like it hasn't paid off for, especially in this capitalistic nonsense society where we're taught that unless essentially you're making a profit on what you're doing, it's not worth doing, right? And you kind of have to slowly convince yourself that it's okay. It's okay. It's okay if something doesn't work out. It's okay to start over. It's okay to have a failed project. It happens. Normal. Never gonna stop happening. You shouldn't let it stop you. But it's a process. It's something that takes time. And in a lot of cases it takes effort on some level, even if it's just mental energy to get yourself past. And there's still times that happens to me. I'll put like a lot of hours into something and then realize it's not going the way I want, and then I'll get mad because I spent all this time on something and I'm not happy with it. Even if I know that I can go back and I can salvage it, or I can just I can basically use the bones of it, you know, the essential foundation of the piece for something else later. It sucks. I get it. It sucks. You feel like you wasted your time. My downstairs neighbor is listening to really loud music or has a very loud movie on because I can feel the bass vibrating my floor. I hope it's a good movie or song, whatever it is. I don't think the mic's picking it up, but I can feel it. Okay, it's fading. I think it was probably a movie, like some kind of like big explosive action scene or something. Okay, so thinking about this, there's a couple of ways I can approach it. I can do a whole bunch of layers where I'm just stacking on various amounts of this until it kind of comes out into this kind of pattern. Or I can kind of do a very crude, mostly transparent wash of this gray over the lighter gray, and then go over that with darker and lighter spots. Let's try that out first and see how it works, and then if it doesn't, we'll do the other technique.
Don't give up.
Because I want the lighter gray to show through, but I don't want it to be a big amount of negative space. Right now I'm just doing very light strokes across this to kind of fill the gaps, but leave gaps. Baby Yoda. Oh yeah, there's a new season of that out, isn't there? I don't have Disney Plus anymore. I had it because my sister-in-law had a subscription and she gave me the login info for it, and then she canceled it. I can't watch it anyway. Maybe I can find somebody who will let me use their login info. I'm not paying for Disney Plus, is basically what I'm saying. Alright, yeah, we're getting there. That's starting to give somewhat of the effect that I'm looking for. It's not quite there yet, but that will come with time. At this point, it's closer to painting than drawing, what I'm doing. I'm laying down essentially washes on top of each other. I mean, honestly, that's kind of what a parent's subscription to something like that is for mooching off of. If I had parents that had subscriptions to things like that, I'd be mooching off of it too. Unfortunately for me, I have become the parent with the subscriptions, and my kid mooches off of mine, which is okay because my kid is only 6 years old, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I've seen The Mandalorian. I've seen it. I have not watched the new season. I can't. I'll watch it at some point. I might not get to it for a while. And the thing is, I've been burnt out on Star Wars for a very long time, basically since the prequel trilogy. I did not care a whole lot for the new trilogy, except for The Last Jedi. And part of that was because it pissed so many people off. And also, I know it's a divisive position. It's a spicy take. I liked what they did with Luke in that. I liked the fact that they didn't go down the road that the expanded universe did, where he's just like this badass legendary Jedi who revived the Order, you know, whatever, blah blah blah, and he got the pretty lady, Mara Jade, you know. I'm glad that they went down the road that they did. That he's just done with it. He's this cranky old hermit who's just fucking done with it. My kids' lemonade stand business was derailed by COVID. Alright, yeah, see, so as we zoom out, and it allows the lines to blend in a little more, the Merle is already starting to pop out. Luke is either gay, or asexual, or just a gay ace. It's one of those things, and I'm glad that they went that route with him, because I always interpreted Luke as he went through the original trilogy and grew into a Jedi, that he was ascetic, like, monk-like. Hello, Cheyenne. He always struck me as being very monk-like, and since Lucas borrowed a lot from samurai conventions, Jidaigeki films, you know, the old period samurai films, Chambara films, I felt that he was at least at the time, I don't really trust Lucas's vision nowadays, but at least at the time it seemed like he was trying to convey Luke as being kind of a warrior monk. That's what the Jedi were supposed to be. They were supposed to be warrior monks. And I think that's where his very ham-fisted concept of the Jedi not being able to be in love came from, but he just did not handle that well in the prequels. But I think with Luke, that's more or less where he was trying to go with it. He just didn't know how to do it properly. So when people try to make Luke like this ladies' man who gets the sexy assassin, or whatever she was supposed to be, I don't remember. I hated the expanded universe. It doesn't seem in character for him. So I was very glad that they didn't go that route in The Last Jedi. And as much as it pissed people off, and as much as people claimed that it ruined the franchise, even though it didn't, because look at The Mandalorian, I think that Luke was very well done. And I felt like it was actually a very appropriate way for his character to evolve. George Lucas had talent and skill early on, even though a lot of the reason why Star Wars originally was successful was because of the people that edited it and were able to stand up and tell him no. Once he was basically given free reign and nobody could tell him no anymore, that's when things started going bad. But I do think that at the very core of it, at least at the time, Star Wars had a direction, and I think that the direction was coherent and executed well. It wasn't until later that things kind of went off track. Yeah, but I mean, when does a filmmaker ever listen to critics? The thing about the original trilogy was that Lucas had people on his team making the movie who could tell him no, and who could basically override him. The movies were edited by other people, other than him. He didn't edit those movies. And apparently, before they stepped in to edit them, the movies were pretty incomprehensible and bad. Because he didn't know how to edit the thing together to make it watchable. I think Lucas is actually pretty good at conceptualizing things. His concepts are good. Although, and this is just me nerding out, A New Hope is almost entirely ripped off from a Kurosawa film called The Hidden Fortress. If you watch The Hidden Fortress, which I think you should, it is beat for beat A New Hope, just as a samurai film, down to R2-D2 and C-3PO. Anyhow, that aside, never minding the fact that A New Hope is basically Flash Gordon and the Hidden Fortress turned into its own movie. He's a decent conceptualist. He has interesting concepts. He's just not any good at making those concepts into a watchable film, and we saw that in the prequels. But yeah, so that's my gripe. Like, on one hand, I think George Lucas was good at what he did at one point, and then he wasn't. And I don't think that the latest trilogy was done as well as it could have been. I also don't necessarily think that the latest trilogy was necessary, to be honest. But, you know, it exists. And as far as those go, my favorite one is The Last Jedi, or whatever it was called. And I really liked Luke. That was the high point of that movie for me, was cranky old hermit Luke drinking the blue milk from the giant space whale alien kitty. And also, his quote-unquote fight with Kylo Ren at the end of it was amazing. That was chef's kiss perfection. Like, I used to love Star Wars. It was like one of my favorite things in the world. And I tolerated The Phantom Menace because I was young at the time and I was just stoked that there was new Star Wars. And then I think it really kind of turned sour for me in episode 2, and then by episode 3 I was just like, you know what, I think I'm done. It's disgusting what they did to Finn's character, especially since they were promoting him so heavily when that movie was coming out. And everybody's like, "Oh, look, we have a you know, person of color protagonist and a woman protagonist. This is so good. This is so good." And then they just basically forgot about him. He turned into a joke. It's fucked up. Unfortunately, that thing happens a lot in the industry, and people just think it's okay. They think it's acceptable. Okay, I'm saving. I don't know if anybody has seen a British series, a comedy series called Spaced, like a sitcom. It's 2 seasons. It's very funny and relatable, at least to me, because one of the main characters is a comic artist, except not quite achieving the level of career success that he wants to. And he has very strong feelings about Star Wars after The Phantom Menace, and expresses them in certain ways. I have never watched Firefly. I've never watched Serenity. Not for any particular reason, I just never watched them. Yeah, I've known people that really like them. I've known people that said that they're very good and suggested them to me. I just never got around to it. That's one of the things. Like, I watched a lot of things in my life. I watched a lot of movies, a lot of shows. I'm very open to watching different things. I will very often step outside of my chosen genres.
Connell Cast is free.
But if someone suggests something to me, I will make note of it, and then there is probably a 50-50 chance whether I will ever get around to it. Because especially nowadays, I don't have a lot of time to sit down and watch a movie, and I especially don't have a lot of time to sit down and watch a show. So when it comes time that I can actually do that, I'm gonna be picky, and some things don't ever quite make the list because I either forget about them at the time or I would rather watch something else at that time. See, Stargate, this is a petty gripe, by the way. Stargate, I watched the movie, and I was really into it until I don't remember what they're called, the aliens. It was revealed that those cool Egyptian godheads that they had were just helmets. I was so disappointed by that. Oh my god, it basically ruined the movie for me, and I never got into the show because of it. I had a similar problem with Robotech, with the Invid Saga. And I like Robotech. I like Macross too, but I like Robotech. And the Invid I was super stoked about because they were cool, like, space crab things. And then it was also revealed, spoiler alert, that, what's it called? They're basically just mech suits, and that the pilots were just humanoid aliens, or slug aliens, depending. And I was very, very disappointed by that. Yeah, I have a friend who's actually extremely into Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis. So I have absorbed some knowledge of it from my friend over time. But I've never sat down and watched it. If I could basically like freeze time or something so that I could have like a couple of months or a year to just catch up on all the movies, all the shows, all the games, and even books, even though I'm not really much of a fiction reader, that I just have not had the time or remember
Hello
to sit
everyone.
down and experience.
I am looking into starting a Patreon to help offset the
Okay,
cost of producing.
There, sorry. Um, yeah, if I could just have like a free year to just catch up on my backlog of all those different kinds of media, because there's a lot. It's not just movies, it's not just shows, it's also games and stuff that I just have not been able to sit down and just go through. I would love to do that and just catch up. I just, like, basically most of my free time is either dealing with being a parent or working in some degree on art. Either drawing, doing invoices, thinking up new YCHs, handling stuff on Patreon or whatever for myself, updating my commission forms, or doing invoicing, or promoting on social media or whatever. I just don't really have a lot of time to sit down and watch something or play a game. Like, on my list of things I still need to finish experiencing, the Dark Crystal prequel series that came out last year. I got pretty far into it, and then there was stuff happening in my life that took precedence and an emotional toll on me, and I just couldn't continue it at the time, and I haven't gotten back to it yet. That was over a year ago. So, it's one of those kinds of things, and I feel bad about it because people suggest stuff to me all the time, and I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool, I should check that out, and then I feel bad because I just never find the time to do it. And, I mean, my Steam library has a ton of games that I haven't even fired up once. I spent money on them and they just sit there. Is there a Godzilla series? I know there's been a couple of new movies. That's another thing, like, since I don't have cable, and I use ad blockers everywhere, and you have full permission to block ads on my channel, I get, like, nothing from them anyway, so I don't care. I don't see a lot of, like, trailers and advertisements for stuff, so half the time I don't even know what's out. I never go to theaters. The last time I saw a movie in a theater was Pacific Rim, the first one, the good one. Yeah, that was the last thing I saw in a theater. The Dark Crystal series is excellent. It's amazing. I need to finish it. I really liked what I saw. I actually liked it more than the movie. Yeah, Pacific Rim is one of those things where there's only one movie. Just like how the Godfather series, there's only 2 movies. I heard rumors about a 3rd Godfather movie, but it doesn't exist. Yeah, I heard about them canceling the 2nd season of the Dark Crystal series, and that sucks, but that's... I mean, Netflix does that all the time. You're lucky if you get 2 seasons out of something on there. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the time, I will settle for watching Red Letter Media talk about movies instead of trying to see them myself, because I can watch them talk about something for an hour and get the basic idea of what's going on, as opposed to spending 90 minutes to 2 hours or more watching the movie itself, which may or may not be worth my time. There are exceptions to this. I don't want it to sound like I never watch movies, because I do. I have Netflix. I have Hulu. You know, I rent stuff on Amazon. I buy stuff on Amazon. I try to find ways to experience the thing without having to set aside the time to experience it, if I can. Okay, so I love Jurassic Park. I was of prime age when it came out. I didn't like The Lost World. Jurassic Park 3 was okay, but it wasn't great. Jurassic World, the first one, was decent. I would not say it was great. It was okay. It was watchable. It was entertaining. It did capture some of the feeling of Jurassic Park, but not completely, obviously. It was okay. 6.5 out of 10. Maybe 7. It was okay. It was a solid C. I didn't watch the second one. I heard terrible things about it, so I probably won't watch it unless for some reason I just really feel like watching a bad movie. And sometimes I do watch bad movies just for the hell of it. Sometimes I enjoy watching bad movies. I watched The Room for fun. I watched, what is it? Troll 2 for fun. I love MST3K because it's fun to make fun of bad movies. And it's fun when the bad movies have cool catchphrases that you can say to other people, like in The Room. Or in Troll 2. But if a movie isn't entertainingly bad, I'm not gonna watch it. Like, if it's gonna be bad, it has to at least be funny. And not intentionally funny, but like, so bad that it's funny. The Room is so bad that it's good again. It kind of goes back around. That's the charm of it. The new one, it's not terrible, but it definitely lacks the charm. And as much as Mike Nelson is a shitty right-wing fucker, he was really funny, and he was a good writer. Because even before he was the host, he was on the writing team, so a lot of the jokes were thanks to him. Yeah, like, there were good parts about the new MST3K series that I enjoyed. Like, I like Patton Oswalt. Jonah's not bad. He's not bad. He's not great. And also, the bots, like, the voice actors, I appreciate the effort that they put into it. They did a good job. But it still sounded like it was people just trying to be Trace or Bill or Kevin, rather than people trying to be the bots. It sounded like they were trying to imitate the actors from before, and you could tell. Yeah, unfortunately it did come out that Mike Nelson is a proud conservative and a proud conservative Christian, and yeah, he's been on podcasts with chudley types who like to drop the F slur, Yeah, the new season's not bad, but it's not as good as classic MST3K. That said, it doesn't mean that everything done by the original crew is superior. Cinematic Titanic fucking sucked. I hated it. I could not enjoy that at all. And it had Joel, it had Trace, it had Mary Jo, but it sucked. It just really sucked. I did not like it at all. Riff Tracks is hit or miss. I've liked some Riff Tracks a lot. I've disliked some Riff Tracks a lot. And not even because, I have disagreements with Mike Nelson's politics, but just because sometimes the jokes aren't funny. I started MST3K with Joel. I've always been more of a Mike person. I feel like his humor hit the mark more often. And also, I felt, and this is probably because he's a right-winger, when he was hosting, his jokes were a little bit meaner. And unfortunately, I do have a little bit of a cruel streak in my humor, and so I always appreciated that a little more. I felt like Joel always tried to make it a little more family-friendly. But, yeah. So I've always kind of been more of a Mike person with MST3K, even though I started with Joel. But I like MST3K. The new season was not unwatchable, but I prefer the older stuff. Oh yeah, and I mean, people have argued, for probably years worth of time about who was better, Joel or Mike. It all comes down to personal preference. I would say more of my preferred iconic episodes are Mike era. Overdrive Memory Bank, Time Chasers, Space Mutiny, Final Sacrifice. Those kinds of things. Girl in Gold Boots. The Touch of Satan. Laser Blast. Soul Taker. All those. But I also like Joel era. I've even watched the KTMA era episodes, so I don't have any problem with Joel at all. Also, this is a totally personal thing. This is not me trying to evaluate the merits of it at all. I did not like the Invention Exchange, and I didn't like the reliance on prop comedy in the host bits. That's just me. I'm not a big fan of prop comedy. It's just a personal preference. So I think that might have some weight in me preferring the Mike era, where there was less of that. Yeah, Soul Taker is the one with the ring. Or, no, okay. So, Soul Taker had this little, glow-in-the-dark ring that he used to steal the souls, but there's also another movie called The Leech Woman, which had a woman with a ring that she used to kill men and take their, some kind of fluid from the base of their skull. I don't remember what it's called. To basically, the pineal gland, yeah, and she used that to basically extend her life. That was a good one, too. I think that was a Mike era one, though. Oh, also, so this is probably a hot take. I actually really liked the MST3K episode with Hamlet. Not because the production is good. The production of Hamlet is boring as shit, but for some reason it's really funny to me. The jokes, digging into this really just boring, bland, dubbed over German performance of Hamlet, it just really hits the mark for me for some reason. I think it's because it's so absurd. So I actually really like that episode a lot. So the episodes I remember with the ring is the Leech Woman one, which didn't have grave robbing, but it did have murder. And then Soul Taker was about a group of teenagers who basically get into a car accident, and there's this psychopomp dude, Grim Reaper guy, played by Emilio Estevez of Werewolf fame, the MST3K episode Werewolf. and he is essentially like a Grim Reaper, and he has to collect their souls. Werewolf. Absolutely fascinating. Yeah, so that's basically the premise of Soul Taker. So there's no grave robbing, but there are people that are kind of like stuck in limbo. Werewolf is also another great episode. I really like Time Chasers a lot. And Time Chasers hits different now that I've been living in New England for so long. I could literally go to Castleton up in Vermont. Castleton College or whatever it's called, university or whatever. I could go there. It would probably just take a few hours. I don't believe in lowbrow comedy either. Like, I love fart jokes. Okay, so I'm actually getting pretty happy about how this Merle is turning out, even though it's grayscale. It's turning out. That's the thing. I wasn't sure if this technique was going to work. I had a plan B in mind in case it didn't, but I actually think it's getting there. Now, because we have the pattern and the texture kind of sloping off the side of the muzzle here, it's developing more of a three-dimensional effect for the face. You're starting to see more of the edges of the muzzle right here, the snout, and it's giving more of the illusion that this part of the face is closer to you than this part. And that's good. That's what we're aiming for. Yeah, I don't judge anybody if they like Joel more or Mike more or whatever. If you like the new era of MST3K more, that's valid too. Like I said, it's not terrible. It's just I just don't like it as much, and that's probably just bias from me being so invested in the old era of MST3K. And I own that, you know, that's me. That's on me. It's all good. The more MST3K we have, the better in the end. Oh, also, since we're talking about watching bad movies on purpose, I really actually enjoy the live-action Super Mario Bros. Movie, the one from the 90s that everybody hates. I actually find it very entertaining. I wish that it wasn't a Mario Brothers movie and it was just its own world, because I actually thought it was kind of interesting. I don't think it's a good movie, but I enjoy it. I also enjoyed Waterworld, Kevin Costner movie where he pees into the coffee maker and then drinks it. I don't think it's good, but I enjoy it. And that's the thing, it doesn't matter if a movie's good or not. As long as you're enjoying it, that's all that matters. I think some people don't realize that. I think they're like, oh, well, I should only be liking good movies and I should be hating bad movies. But no, you just enjoy what you enjoy and don't enjoy what you don't enjoy. Black Cauldron's good. I like that one. But yeah, like I said, I don't have a... Okay, so the thing about the new season of MST3K is, I guess the best way to describe it is I don't have strong feelings about it either way. I don't love it, and I don't hate it. I actually have not seen Hunchback. I think... Okay, so for that era of Disney movies, I think I really kind of stopped watching them after Mulan. And then I didn't really pick up watching Disney movies again until... basically until well into the Pixar era, I think. I know that in Hunchback, the bad guy, the priest guy or whatever his name is, I don't remember because I didn't see it. Like, isn't he just like super mad because the Romani woman like was too hot and he was like horny and he was mad that he was horny? I saw someone break it down like that. I mean, it's Disneyified, obviously. Then again, I mean, the cover of The Little Mermaid had a dick. Yeah, like he's got the hots for the Romani woman, Esmeralda or whatever her name is, but he's like super mad about it. Like, oh, this temptress or whatever. It's like, sorry you got a boner, guy. It happens. I mean, it was also probably because he was racist, you know, and sexist, and she probably didn't practice Christianity the way he wanted or something like that. It's probably like the official reason, but he also like has the hots for her and he's like mad about it. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a realistic motivation for a villain like that. Like I could totally see that being someone's thing. Like, oh god, I hate you, but I also have the hots for you and I hate you for that too. Ugh. I mean, people do that like nowadays, so yeah, Richie, that sounds about right. Oh yeah, I mean, you can hate a villain. A villain can be an absolute fucking detestable scumbag, but you have to admit when a villain is written well. And if you can write a villain that's complex enough for you to hate them on that level, and they're that realistic, then that's a well-written villain, even if they're a terrible, 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 terrible person. I mean, honestly, a lot of the stories that Disney would take for their movies were not kid-friendly in their original forms anyway. They always had to pull some stuff to make it a little more digestible for the average family viewing. Like, even the Little Mermaid, like the original version, she just straight up dies in the end, and she turns into sea foam because she doesn't have a soul. Because she's not human. She doesn't have a soul. And so when she dies, she just dissolves into sea foam. There's no happy ending.
Don't give up.
So right now I'm going back and cleaning up some of the lines, adding more fluff, because this is a dog and there's not a lot of just hard straight lines here. Like here where the neck ruff is overlapping, there's going to be visible fur. You know, it's not just going to be a clean line like this. So I'm just going back and adding some of that. Yeah, some of those old fables and fairy tales are honestly kind of grotesque. Like, they're more horror stories than anything. They really had to do a lot of legwork at Disney in order to make it palatable and not, like, traumatizing to children. Which, I mean, some of the whole point behind those stories is to traumatize children. They use them as, like, cautionary tales. Like, hey, don't wander off in the woods, you'll get eaten by a witch. That kind of shit. Yep, I remember reading about the true tale of Snow White. It's fucked up. Honestly, it's fucked up. But, you know, whatever. I mean, you know, there's some fucked up stories out there now. Like, I'm not even gonna start talking about Twilight or 50 Shades. And just casual necrophilia, you know, whatever. That's why I appreciated Maleficent. I think they made a second one, or they're going to, but the first one anyway. I appreciated it because it didn't quite try to sanitize things as much. Did it actually come out? Like I said, I'm not on top of this kind of thing. I heard talks about it, I didn't know if it actually came out or not. Okay. Was it not good? I haven't really heard much about it. Okay. Yeah. I was satisfied with the first one. I didn't really feel the need for a second one, but, you know, whatever. I mean, that's not uncommon. It's pretty standard that you have a decent first movie in a series and then you get a sequel that's not necessarily required, and it's usually mediocre at best. It happens with games too. Sometimes, you know, the whole joke, oh, if X is so good, why isn't there an X2? Like, sometimes you don't need one. You can just leave it alone. And then sometimes you have examples where the second one is actually better than the first one, like System Shock. System Shock 2 is better than System Shock 1 in my opinion. And some people might disagree with me on this, but it's pretty universally accepted that the second one is better. Isn't Final Fantasy X-2 the one where they're like a girl group? How did that happen? I didn't play it. I didn't really like 10 that much, so I sure as hell wasn't gonna play the sequel. Ah, it doesn't exist. Gotcha. Wink. I can't wink. It won't detect winking. I didn't really watch the live action X-Men movies. It's a free-for-all. You can pick which topic you want to stick with, and everybody else picks their own. It's good. It's organic. It's like watching the flow of a river. Except the river suddenly splits into like 3 or 4 different streams. I have never played any of the Rune Factory games. I've heard some good things about some of them, but I don't know which one is which. You want to know what a really good game was? Dark Cloud 2 on PlayStation 2. I played a lot of that one. It was pretty fun. It was very interesting. I didn't play Monster Rancher. But Dark Cloud was cool because it was like an RPG, and then there was like this weird time travel aspect to it, and then also like a simulation aspect to it, like you built like a settlement and stuff. It was interesting. It was weird, but in a good way. There's a park building simulation kind of tycoon game that I want to pick up called Parkosaurus. It's a little more cartoony and less realistic than the Jurassic Park one, but it's got really good reviews and it's very cute and I want to play it. But again, I'm reluctant to buy it because if I spend $25 on it and then I don't get around to playing it, that $25 can't go to other things, like food, or coffee, or bills, boring adult expenses. I also need to figure out how to set up RetroArch so that I can play my PS1 games that I still have the discs for. It's complicated, and I don't want to sit down and figure it out because I hate sitting down and figuring out programs, which I have expressed many times on stream, like with Live2D. But I need to do it because I have been feeling like playing Xenogears and Final Fantasy Tactics. But I want to play it on my computer. And also Parasite Eve, the first one, because there's only one Parasite Eve game. Don't let people tell you that there's more. Don't let people tell you there's 3 games in the series, because there's not. There's just one. And it's good. Remember when Squaresoft used to experiment with games and they usually turned out good, and you ended up with things like Einhanda and Parasite Eve and Brave Fencer Musashi. Those were good times for games. I have not played any of the Dragon Age games, which some people might consider some kind of gamer blasphemy. And I've only played the first Mass Effect because while BioWare seemed to make games that people enjoy a lot, I was not interested in the fact that both of those series seemed to be glorified dating sims to a lot of people. It just didn't interest me. And I didn't like the gameplay in the first Mass Effect, and I didn't finish it, so I never went on to the next one. And I haven't played Dragon's Dogma, but I have watched people play it, and it seems kind of weird. That's the one where you can pick people up and throw them and climb on everything, right?
Conrad is a unit of your civil defense.
I don't like the Cerberus thing in Mass Effect 2, so that's also a turn-off for me. And if I was going to play it, I would want to import my character over and stuff and feel like I actually completed the story of the first one, but the first one didn't engross me enough to finish it, so... Oh well. Also, I've heard about how they handled things in the third game. Not so great, so... Mostly what I know is they fucked up Tally real bad, and I'm a little salty about it, even though I wasn't invested in the series very much. I have only played, so out of the Pokemon games, I played Blue when it came out on my OG fat gray Game Boy. I played Pearl, I played Moon, and I played Shield. And those are the only Pokemon games I've ever played. Oh, and I played Pokemon Go for a little bit. Everybody thinks Garrus is hot. I have been exposed to a whole lot of drawings of Garrus that I was not looking for. A whole lot. A lot of people think he's hot. Back when Tumblr allowed spicy things, I would see Garrus pop up on my feed an awful lot. Yes, calibrations. I would see some Rex too, yes, and some Tally, and a couple of other characters. A lot of femsheps. Who's the assassin guy, the green one? Saw a bit of him too. I played one of the Harvest Moons on PlayStation 2, and then I played the very first Harvest Moon. I played a ROM of it a long time ago. And then I played Stardew Valley. See, that's the thing about me, is I'm very rarely ever interested in like romantic options in games. It's just not a compelling thing for me, and if it's in a game I'm playing, then I'm barely invested in it. Like, if I don't have to engage in it, I won't. And that's actually when I was playing Mass Effect 1, that's what I did. I just didn't hook up with anybody. I just didn't care. Rune Factory is a bit more like Stardew Valley in that there's like an RPG, like dungeon crawling aspect to it, right? Like I said, I haven't played any of them, so I could be wrong. Oh, time to stretch. My back is complaining. That's a shame. I hate it when series that are like solid take a dive. And that's happened to me quite a few times. I mentioned Parasite Eve earlier. There's only one good game in that series. Final Fantasy has always been kind of hit or miss for me, so I guess that doesn't count.
Cast is free.
I'm one of those weirdos who hates 8 and hates 10.
Please check the show notes to find
Suikoden is that way. The first two games are amazing. The second one especially is great. The original creator of the series actually left Konami in the middle of production of 3, so part of 3 is good, and part of 3 is very bad. And I'm pretty sure that's why. I haven't really played any of the other games in the series because 3 left such a bad taste in my mouth. I didn't want to waste my time. And from other people that I know that have played the later Suikoden games, there were good parts to them. I know 5 was supposed to be better than 4 at least. One of them that's more tactical was supposed to be pretty decent, but none of them ever came close to like reaching the level that 2 was.
By Conor Rad.
Yeah. It's like when you go to a restaurant and your favorite chef leaves and it's never quite the same. Silent Hill is also that way.
You can rate
I love Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2 is really good. Silent Hill 3 is my favorite. I think it's the best one in the series. The fourth one has some good parts again, but some parts are very bad and weird. That's largely because originally it wasn't even a Silent Hill game. It was a separate IP and it got retconned into a Silent Hill. And it shows. I never played any of them after that, and Team Silent disbanded after 4, so I mean, you're not gonna get that same feel from any of the other games in the series. Minmo is... I would die for Minmo. Also, I really liked Heather as a character. I really liked the atmosphere of 3. I think 3 nailed the suspense the best. Because as nightmarish as Silent Hill can be, it's not... I wouldn't call it a horror game on the same level as games that rely on, like, hyper-gore and jump scares. Silent Hill is more about the atmosphere. It's more about the creeping sense of foreboding and being in a place that is familiar but also twisted and alien to you. And I think out of the good games in the series, 3 does that the best. It is a part of good horror, but when people think of horror games, they usually think of something where something gross and disgusting and bloody jumps out with a chainsaw at you. Because you get stuff like, what's it fucking called? Outlast? Outlast 2, whatever it is. Those kinds of games. Prey, you know, those kinds of games. So I think Silent Hill 3 was the best one in the series. Personally, I like it the best. I like 2 a lot too, and everybody likes 2. Everybody says 2 is the best one, but I think 3 is the best one. Also, a lot of people don't, but I actually liked the whole narrative with the cult, the order, whatever, and Alessa's story. I love the type of horror that's not relying on cheap tricks. I wouldn't call myself a horror fan because that's too loaded of a term, and people always think of like slashers or like Paranormal Activity or whatever, and that's not my thing at all. But like The Witch, excellent movie. Great. Very subdued, but the anxiety that you feel in that movie is amazing. But I also like weird horror. Like, I like Takashi Miike films, and a lot of them edge on horror, if not just go full into it, but it's super weird horror. Yeah, I like atmosphere. I like it when it's psychological, it gets into your head. It plays on your latent fears, and it doesn't necessarily have to jump out at you. It doesn't have to get you to, you know, fall out of your seat or cover your face. But it nags at you. It eats at the back of your psyche. It taps into something very primal, but in a subdued kind of way. I can't watch Hereditary because I have a big issue watching anything that contains child death. And this is something that has been an issue since I had my kid. I can't deal with it. It's too real for me. I can't. Like, it really messes me up. So, the first Last of Us game, when that came out, I was pregnant, and my partner and I played through it, and no spoilers if nobody's played it, the opening part, the beginning of the game, the beginning sequence, that hit me hard at that time, and I hadn't even had my kid yet. I cannot go back and play that game, even though I know what happens. I can't deal with that. Hello, Jonas. Welcome back. How did it go? We were talking about horror, and not the slasher kind. How many times did Eris get yelled at? Because I know that's a thing that would happen. I mean, I would say that in Among Us, you stand a good chance to get killed in your first game. Because you're still figuring everything out. You don't know how to watch people and avoid them and stuff. You're like easy pickings. See, a horror movie that I liked, it's not super subtle, it's not that psychological, but I liked it, was Poltergeist from the 80s. You know, the one with the staticky TV and they're here. I really like that for some reason, I don't know. That's another, I also like body horror stuff. Like, I know I said that I don't like horror that leans on the gore and stuff, but I like body horror. That's the exception. I like body horror. I like The Thing. I liked Videodrome. I liked Scanners. Stuff like that. I love body horror. I love it. I like The Fly. I like Cronenberg. I fuck with Cronenberg. I liked Existence. I don't know if any of you have seen that one. That's a more recent one. That one's pretty fucked up. That one kind of leans into like fever dream territory. But yeah, I like me some body horror for sure. I don't think I personally have ever had an issue with body horror, but I can see how it would bother people. It's definitely an acquired taste. Yeah, The Fly is gnarly sometimes. Like when he's going full transformation, like that shit gets messed up real quick. Yeah, the face peeling in Poltergeist, yeah. Also, one of the things that really tickles me about Poltergeist that I didn't notice as a kid when I watched the movie, and I did watch the movie several times because I really liked it. I also liked The Thing as a kid, so that tells you about me as a kid. I noticed on a rewatch, much more recently, as an adult, that the parents in Poltergeist, in one scene, are laying in bed and they're just casually rolling, like, joints. And I thought that was the coolest shit. I was like, holy shit, I completely missed that. I never noticed that before. That's rad. This is a movie in the 80s where that's like a big taboo. Hell yeah. Like, hey, that's relatable. Relatable.text. Yeah, okay, so I guess I was kind of a fucked up kid. I really liked Hellraiser. Hellraiser 1 and 2 as a kid, that shit fucked. I love Pinhead, I love the Cenobites. I really liked the skinless dude, that was cool. I love the design of the box, the lament configuration. That was rad. It's like the ultimate Rubik's Cube. Hellraiser kicks ass. If nothing else, I just wish I could wear vinyl like the Cenobites do. Total cyber goth. We should have like a watch party. Oh, I love Beetlejuice. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. What else did I really like? Like, I was talking about Takashi Miike, and some of his stuff is kind of body horror-ish. A more obscure title of his, because I know everybody knows about, like, Ichi the Killer and stuff. He did one called Gozu, which, to this day, I've watched it. To this day, I'm not entirely sure what happened in that movie. But it was fucked up. And then, like, this isn't really horror, but it's funny, and I like to show people the final scene from it. He did, early on in his career, he did a movie called Dead or Alive, and most, like, 95% of the movie is a fairly typical Yakuza film. And then, like, the very ending finale is just wild. It just wilds out like you wouldn't believe. It's hilarious. And I've actually seen it referenced in other things, and I love it. But yeah, Gozu, I still don't know what happened in that movie. I just know it was all fucked up. And then I also like Tetsuo, the Iron Man. The Shinya Tsukamoto movie. I also really like the music from Tetsuo. I love Chu Ishikawa. Rest in peace. Can we get an F in the chat for Chu Ishikawa? He's banging on metal in heaven now. Thank you. Miike is a weirdo. So he got his start doing like very typical like Yakuza crime movies. And once he developed enough of presence, he started doing weirder stuff. And when he goes weird, he goes weird. He did a movie called The Happiness of the Katakuris, which is actually a musical. And it's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers. You should watch it. It's great. It's hilarious and it's bonkers. He's a really good filmmaker, though. He did the Blade of the Immortal live-action film, and it's top-notch. I'm a big fan. I'm very skeptical about live-action manga and anime movies, but he blew it out of the water. It's great. I love it. It was perfect. He also did an Ace Attorney movie, which is supposed to be really good, and I have not watched it yet, but I want to. But yes, if you get a chance, watch his movies. Ichi the Killer is fucked up, but the manga is even more fucked up, so you actually get a less fucked up version in his movie. And it's well done for what it is, but it's very bloody, very violent and bloody. I tried to watch Sukiyaki Western Django, and I couldn't get into it. I don't know why. And my cats are losing it behind me somewhere, tearing around the room. I'm afraid if I look at them and they notice that they're getting attention, they're gonna get even worse about it. Yeah, so I have a cat tower in the back of the room in the corner, and they're both on it right now, and one of them is on a lower level, and one of them is on the highest level, and they're kind of like trying to play, you know, King of the Tower. Yeah, Miike's Zatoichi is also really, really good. He's done something else that was really good that I can't remember. Hang on. He's got an extensive filmography. He has done over 100 films in his career. Like, well over by now, because I think he reached that milestone years ago. Also, he's a Virgo, so I relate to that. Also, he's from Osaka, and that's where my family's from. No, he didn't do Old Boy. I love Old Boy, but he didn't do that one. Yeah, Old Boy is Korean. It's based on a manga, though. Old Boy is very good. Don't watch the American remake, though. Yeah, Old Boy is based on a manga. Okay. Oh, yeah. So Miike did a children's film, and I have it on DVD, and it is wonderful. And we might do a watch party sometime, because it's probably a little hard to get your hands on. He did it in 2005, and it's called The Great Yokai War, and it's wonderful. It's an experience. It's kind of cheesy. The CGI is a little rough, but the whole thing is a great experience. But he actually does a lot of live action adaptations of manga and anime. He's done Ultraman movies. He did a TV miniseries of MPD Psycho, which is like a psychological manga, and it's actually pretty good. I've watched some of the series. He did a kind of weird movie called The Bird People of China, which was very strange, but it wasn't like his usual stuff. It was much more low-key and kind of almost philosophical. I have not watched Garo. If it's what I'm thinking of, the person who did the designs has done some anime stuff in the past that I really enjoyed, but I have not actually watched it. Visitor Q, Gozu, yeah, that's the weird one. Audition is extremely fucked up, but it's also a good movie. I've watched that. It's extremely gory. I want to say I've seen 13 Assassins and it was good, but I might be thinking of a different thing. The Ace Attorney movie, he did that in 2012. It's supposed to be excellent. Oh yeah, he's done a live-action JoJo film, and that was supposed to be very good too. So if we have any JoJo fans, which I know we do, he also did a live-action magical girl series, a tokusatsu magical girl series called Magical Ex-Heroine Maji Maho Urez? Something like that. So he does all kinds of stuff. But his Blade of the Immortal film was really good. Ichi the Killer's really good. Gozu is fucked up. Zatoichi is good. Happiness of the Katakuris is really good. Great Yokai War is good. Dead or Alive is worth a watch just because of the finale. Audition is good, but it's also very fucked up. I would say if you watch Audition, watch it alone unless you're with somebody whose taste you know very well. Because bringing someone unawares into that movie is probably a good way to fuck up a friendship. Because like a lot of his movies, it starts off pretty mundane and then it just gets increasingly fucked up the further you get into it. Oh yeah, he did a Salaryman Kintaro film, and that was also really good. That's also based on a manga, which is also a good manga. But yeah, he's done a lot of movies. He's been directing things since 1991, and I don't think he has any plans to stop. Also, he says he says that his favorite movie is Starship Troopers. And while you might think, what the fuck? Starship Troopers? Now, Starship Troopers was made by Paul Verhoeven, who made RoboCop. Verhoeven was making a satire of Heinlein's novel. He was making fun of it. He was making fun of the fascist world in that book. He was not a fan of the source material, and he was making fun of it the whole time. Starship Troopers is actually an excellent movie for that fact, and it's one of my favorites. Paul Verhoeven, Mal Verhoeven. I love that Paul Blart movie. That's my favorite one. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What? Why in this Wikipedia article does it talk about how he makes adaptations of video games and it lists Ace Attorney and Like a Dragon as in the latest Yakuza game. Is he making a movie of that? I mean, if anybody was gonna make a movie of any of the Yakuza games, it would have to be Miike. He's the only one that could capture the weirdness of it. Oh shit! Oh shit, he did! There's a movie. Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna need to watch this. I need to watch this. I didn't know that. I didn't know this existed. Damn. I'm sorry that the stream has derailed from art to talking about movies. It happens sometimes. But yeah, if anybody wants a list of things that I recommend watching, I'm willing to provide that. I have watched a lot of movies in my time. When I was younger, I worked at Hollywood Video, and one of the few perks of that job was free rentals. And boy, did I take advantage of that. And there was a fairly sizable foreign film section, so I watched a lot of stuff that isn't the usual fare. So I can tell you some things that are interesting, some things that are very fucked up that you can watch. Like, that's how I watched Gozu, I think. I think we had it at Hollywood, which is weird because it's very fucked up and kind of obscure. Like, even a lot of people that are familiar with Miike don't know about Gozu. If you join the Discord, I have a film channel, and I can put a list in there for anybody that wants it. Anybody that wants to join, you can join. There's a CAPTCHA bot just to prevent spamming bots. Pretty easy to get past, and then you can peruse things and post. It's chill. It's fairly quiet. I don't promote it a lot, but it's a chill environment. Feel free to start a conversation. People will usually respond, even if it's not terribly active at the time. If it's on YouTube, I'm gonna watch it. We're gonna have a watch party. I will SyncTube it, actually. That's the easiest way to do it. I'll just set it up on SyncTube. Also, that's the thing that I do sometimes. There's a site called SyncTube, or SciTube, or whatever it's going by nowadays. Basically what you do is you create a room, and you can queue up a playlist of videos from places like YouTube and Dailymotion and Vimeo and stuff. And what I will do sometimes, I will just make a big old playlist with a whole bunch of stuff, usually some kind of feature or a couple of features, and then some random, filler, and we'll just watch it. Usually I do MST3K episodes, but I can do other stuff. And I do that sometimes. I don't do it as often as I used to, but if people are interested in that, I can always set it up again, because I really enjoy that. But it is getting late, and my dinner is sitting here getting cold. We've been live for about 4.5 hours. We got a lot done, art-wise, and then it devolved into movie chat, which I'm cool with, and we can continue this in Discord if anybody wants to. But I'm gonna wrap it up here, and I think I'm gonna drop you off with Spunky Raccoon, who is another art streamer who's currently working on art, so you can enjoy more art. She's very cool. She's very sweet. She has a cute style. I thank everybody that came to hang out with me. I always appreciate it when people keep me company when I'm working on stuff. I know this was an unusual Saturday stream. I don't usually do these, but I do them sometimes. I will be back on Tuesday. And I hope everybody has an enjoyable end of their weekend tomorrow. Okay, there we go. Let's go say hi to Spunky.
This is Conrad. Stick with this one. It's going places. Just like you. Keep it up.